Almighty God, we, the representatives of the citizens of the City of Brisbane, are assembled here to strive and care for the welfare of our city and all its people. Lord, we ask that you guide us in the decisions we make today. Amen. Brisbane City Council acknowledges this country and its traditional custodians. We acknowledge and respect the spiritual relationship between traditional custodians and this country, which has inspired language, songs, dances, law and dreaming stories over many thousands of years. We pay our respects to the elders, those who have passed into the dreaming, those here today, those of tomorrow. May we continue to peacefully walk together in gratitude, respect and kindness in caring for this country and one another. Please be seated. I declare the meeting open. Are there any apologies? Councillor Dixon.
Chair, I wish to advise that Councillor Kim Marks will be absent today, and I move that she be granted a leave of absence from the meeting.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Dixon and seconded by Councillor Addaman that Councillor Marks be granted leave of absence from today's meeting. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Are there any further apologies?
Thank you, Chair. I also, Councillor Massey is also seeking apologies for today's meeting.
Happened. Second.
It has been moved by Councillor Chonghua, seconded by Councillor Griffiths, that Councillor Massey be granted leave of absence from today's meeting. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Confirmation of minutes, please. Councillor Dixon.
Yeah. Chair, I move that the minutes of the 4,792nd meeting held on Tuesday the 19th of May 2026 be received, taken as read and confirmed.
Seconded.
Has been moved by Councillor Dixon and seconded by Councillor Addaman that the minutes of the 4,792nd meeting of Council held on the 19th of May 2026 be received, taken as read and confirmed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. I would now like to call on Mrs Amanda Jolly and Ms Emma Daniel, who will address the Chamber on the Queensland Youth Orchestra's 60th anniversary celebrations. Please proceed, Mrs Jolly and Ms Daniel, when you're ready. You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Lord Mayor, Councillor Vicky Howard and councillors. Thank you very much for having us here today. The first thing I'd like to do is to thank the Council very much for the support that we have received over many years. We certainly wouldn't have made it to our 60th anniversary without that support. And I'd particularly like to call out Councillor Vicky Howard, who has given us a lot of interest and encouragement over all of those years. I'll just give you a quick history of the Queensland Youth Orchestras in case some of you are not familiar. It started back in 1966 when John Couro got together a group of high school students to form an orchestra for the secondary school's music festival, which was held here in City Hall. And from that date, there was such interest in young people getting together to play that QYO was formed. Obviously, we've grown tremendously since that stage with one orchestra. We now have 8 orchestras, ranging from wind bands, big band to big symphony orchestras, with 540 young people coming every week to rehearse at the old museum. And each one of those young people have to re-audition every year. So we audition about 900 people a year for those 540 places. And each of those orchestras is then supported by a team of 8 to 10 volunteers. It's very much a community organisation in that sense, and they will be being librarians, stage managers and administrators. Altogether, we perform over 50 concerts a year for the community, so these are very accessibly priced or free concerts at the end of term, in aged care homes, for young children and throughout the city. We will also tour sometimes nationally and internationally. And in December, our big band toured Japan and performed in Brisbane's sister city of Kobe, which was a highlight of their trip. And then reaching out from that are, of course, all of the QYO alumni, who are now probably 3/4 of the Queensland Symphony Orchestra. They are most of the instrumental music teachers in Queensland. They are setting up the community orchestras. And, of course, they can be the start of bands that you might hear at the Tivoli or at the Fortitude Valley Music Hall. All types of music, welcome. So in celebration of that great history, we're having a weekend on the 6th and 7th of June. We're going to throw open the doors to our home, the Old Museum. From 10 a.m. to 10 p.m, there'll be concerts, open rehearsals, concerts in the garden, chance to pick up an instrument and play, chance to find out about auditioning for us. So that will just be a huge weekend, children's concerts, adult concerts, all the alumni coming back together, and a big alumni party. So we're very excited. We're also excited to show people inside the Old Museum, because that's been our home since 1989. And now, to our surprise, we're right in the middle of the Olympic precinct with the village on one side and the arenas on the other. So we're just really hoping that might be an opportunity to restore the building back to its former glory. It was Brisbane's first concert hall, so it would be beautiful to bring that up and have our really fine musicians along with those very fine young athletes who will be in the city at the same time. Then on Sunday, that anniversary weekend will end with a concert at QPAC. So I thought, rather than listening to me all the time, you might actually like to hear from one of our young musicians, Emma Daniel, who will be performing at the weekend and can tell you about the experience.
Thank you, Amanda. My name is Emma, and I study a Bachelor of Law and Arts. When my Friday nights at band rehearsal became the highlight of my week, I knew I had found something special. I'm a trumpet player, and QIO has been an integral part of my life for 8 years now. When my school music teacher suggested I audition in grade 8, I had no idea what was coming. And wow, what a ride it's been. From wind ensemble to wind symphony to dabbling in the big band before the big jump to the grand symphony orchestras. I made it into the top orchestra, QIS, in 2023, just in time for the most magnificent tour of Europe, where we played in the famous music halls of Austria and Germany. Simon Hewitt, our conductor, has taken us all on a journey through Mahler, Rachmaninoff, Strauss, Mussorgsky, Verdi, Beethoven, and more. My eyes have been opened to the canon of classical music, and I've learnt just how powerful it can be. Words often can't articulate our complex emotions, but music is the universal language that can. Playing music at QIO allows me to experience the feelings of both the composer and myself. I wish more young people knew of the beauty and power of classical music. I've invited many of my friends to our concerts, and I've watched a spark ignite within them. A door has been opened, and classical music has begun to find its way in. I've also made so many lovely friendships within the orchestras. I think the beauty of QIO is in the youthful energy and passion that the musicians bring to every performance. If any of you would like to hear us play Strauss's breathtaking Alpine Symphony, we are playing it at QIO's 60th anniversary concert on June 7th at QPAC. Hope to see you there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ladies. I'll now ask Councillor Howard to respond.
Oh, well, thank you, Madam Chair, and it gives me a great deal of pleasure to respond to Amanda and Emma. And Emma, we love it when young people come in and express the joy that they find in doing some of these amazing things, and visiting some of those European countries just sounds brilliant. But I have been to many a performance at the Old Museum, and I know what a beautiful building it is and what beautiful music that you create. So I would encourage everyone in here to pick up one of these booklets, because I think we've got some that's available at the front. The Lord Mayor's got one already. He made sure I had one. But it's a fantastic opportunity to see some of the events that are happening at the 60th anniversary. And can I ask all of my colleagues here to please spread the word, because it really is so important that we encourage such beautiful young musicians. And I know how much we have always enjoyed supporting the Queensland Youth Orchestra. I also had the great pleasure of meeting John Curo many years ago, and I know what an amazing thing that he did in forming this. And I've heard even on the radio people who, after many, many years of performing, remember that John was in fact the person that introduced them to music. So it's just fantastic that we have the Queensland Youth Orchestra that is available for young people to learn their craft. I was at the QSO on Saturday night at Rachmaninoff. Amazing. So I know just how important it is for everybody to experience some of that beautiful music, and to know that there are many people within that orchestra who've come through the QYO. Even on Saturday night, they had some young people, I think about 16 from the conservatorium. So what a great pathway it is for us to have the Queensland Youth Orchestra, our Queensland Symphony Orchestra, and for there to be so much collaboration, which I know is so important across the arts. So I really want to say also a big thank you to our Lord Mayor, because he does continually encourage me to support you all, and it's one of my great delights that I'm able to do that. And I'm very much looking forward to the fantastic weekend where we will celebrate the 60th anniversary of the Queensland Youth Orchestra. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Howard, and thank you, Mrs Jolly and Ms Daniel, for coming in today. I hope it all goes well. Thank you. Councillors, are there any questions of the Lord Mayor or Civic Cabinet Chair of any of the standing committees? Councillor Parry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is to the Chair of the Infrastructure Committee, Councillor Ryan Big Phil Murphy. Councillor Murphy, today's end-of-year budget review shows a record of responsible financial management while also continuing to deliver the basics. Can you please update the Chamber on how the Schrinner Council is smashing records for smoother roads across our suburbs?
Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank Councillor Parry for her question. Well, the Big Phil has been delivering smooth rides for all residents of Brisbane, and let me start with just two numbers, 565 and 1800. That is how many holes that our crews filled in a single day and across the first 5 days of the Big Phil. 1,800 potholes in less than a week. That works out at roughly one pothole every 2 minutes around the clock, Madam Chair. Make no mistake, this is one of the biggest hole-filling exercises our city has ever seen. This is an extraordinary effort, and I want to thank our crews for the work that they have done. Why? Why did we do the Big Phil, Madam Chair? Well, of course, we know the heavy rain on the 18th and the 19th of May opened up new potholes right across the city. That is what rain does. It gets into cracks in the road surface, it sits under the pavement, and when heavy vehicles roll over it, the road breaks down. Water is enemy number one for roads, and we know it. We've experienced it in the city time and time again. And within hours of the Lord Mayor announcing the Big Phil in the Chamber, the phones started to run hot, Madam Chair. Residents and businesses called in their holes into the contact centre. They used the council website, and they even sent us pictures. In the 3 days alone, more than 530 new pothole requests came in from right across Brisbane, from Pullenvale to Mackenzie, from the Gap to Wynnum Manly, from Carindale to Inala. They called because they trust the Schrinner Council to respond. And we did, Madam Chair. The Lord Mayor set a very ambitious target, 500 holes filled within 24 hours, and our crews went out and smashed it. And they kept going, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, ward by ward, the numbers from these 3 days tell a story. They show just how broadly the rain impact was felt and how deeply Brisbane residents engaged with the Big Phil. The 3 wards that sent in the most reports were, and a drum roll please, Madam Chair, Walter Taylor with 59 requests came in at number 1. Pullenvale Ward followed closely with 39 requests, and Doughboy Ward almost there with 35 requests, Madam Chair. So congratulations to Councillor Wolfe, the leader there. This is a community, the community in Walter Taylor Ward, that is paying attention, and our crews were out there responding. No matter where you live, No matter how many reports came in from your street, our crews were on it. Every ward, every suburb, every hole being cared for, Madam Chair. Dedicated crews working around the clock, delivering a new daily repair record for Brisbane City Council. We used literally 100 tonnes of asphalt across our 5,700 kilometre road network, an effort that did not happen by accident, an effort that could occur because this administration funds it, plans it and backs it up with real dollars in the budget. This, of course, is not just a one-week story. This is what a consistent investment looks like. Since the 1st of July 2025, we've laid more than 177,000 tonnes of asphalt across Brisbane's road network. We've completed more than 200 resurfacing jobs this financial year alone, including Ipswich Road, Compton Road and Vulture Street. And to the end of April, our crews had already filled more than 51,400 potholes this financial year. That is on top of the more than 62,000 potholes filled last financial year, which is a 20% increase on the year before, and again, another record result. And we backed that up in the Lord Mayor's last budget. We increased road maintenance funding by 25%. Not a motherhood statement, Madam Chair, but a line in the budget, money in the ground. The Shriner Council and the Quirk Council before have invested cumulatively over $1 billion in road maintenance, a record that speaks for itself. A reminder, though, for all councillors, how does reporting and fixing a pothole work? We know that when a pothole is unsafe, it is inspected and made safe within 24 hours. Standard potholes or non-urgent potholes are responded to within 7 business days, and in most cases they are made safe at the time of inspection. But we can't fill holes that we don't know about. That is where residents come in, who can call the contact centre on 3403 8888 or log a job online. We need their help so that we can find and fix potholes even faster. And Madam Chair, that is exactly what has happened with the Big Fill, and that is what will continue to happen as the Shriner Council cares for our road network. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Further questions? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, over 12 months ago, an 8-year-old student from Earnshaw State College was hit by a car at the intersection of Meredith and Langton Streets in Banyo. The LNP councillor for the Northgate ward has refused to speak to the family. When, after a year, Councillor Adam Allen was confronted in the community by the boy's mum, he defended his actions, which include to date blaming the state government and blaming the school, despite this incident happening on council roads. I met this family at the site of the crash last week, and after 12 months, you can still feel the emotion and the trauma of that family watching their son lay on the road after being hit by a car. From experience, I know there are several things council can do to improve safety at this location, but to date, your LNP councillor has refused to act or to even ask. Lord Mayor, do you think Councillor Adam Allen has served his community well on this matter?
Lord Mayor.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Cassidy. Public safety, particularly safety of school kids travelling to and from school, is an absolute priority for everyone. It's a priority for the council, it's a priority for the schools, it's a priority for the parents as well, and it is something that we are always focused on. Now, when it comes to this particular...
One moment, please, Lord Mayor. Councillor Collier, I caution you, stop calling out while another councillor is on their feet talking. Lord Mayor.
Thank you. When it comes to this particular issue, I'm aware that there is a petition that is closing soon on this matter, and we will thoroughly investigate any options, and I know there's been a number suggested that can potentially make improvements. We know, though, Madam Chair, that this kind of accident is a shocking thing, and no parent ever wants to see their child injured or hit while travelling to school, or in fact, in any circumstance. And so, there are things that the council can do. There are things that the state can do.
One moment, please.
There are things that...
Councillor Cassidy, the Lord Mayor is answering your question Stop calling out. You've asked the question and he has 5 minutes to answer it. You know that it is not appropriate in the chamber to keep calling out while he's doing it. And I caution you. Lord Mayor.
As I was saying, Madam Chair, there were things that the council can do. There's the things that state and schools can do. There are things that the school community can advocate for, and these are all worthwhile things. But I know that fundamentally this is a case of drivers not paying adequate attention. And, being a former local councillor myself, I know that these sort of situations can be very difficult because you can put different signs, you can put different speed limits, you can put all kinds of devices on there, but there will still be people that will drive without due care and attention. And so the idea that this is a simple fix, I think is oversimplifying
Point of order.
the situation.
One moment, please, Lord Mayor. Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
On relevance, my question was whether the Lord Mayor thought Councillor Adam Allen had been serving his community well, given none of those things the Lord Mayor has talked about has been done or advocated by Councillor Allen on behalf of the community.
You've asked your question and the Lord Mayor is answering it. Lord Mayor.
What I do know, and I know this for certain, is that Councillor Allen is absolutely passionate about safety. Councillor Allen is a fantastic local councillor. Councillor Allen is absolutely someone who you can count on to make sure that an issue like this is properly investigated. Now, it's easy, Councillor Cassidy, to try and make a political point out of this, but what we need are things that will improve safety. And as I said, we'll have a look at the suggestions on the petition. They will be investigated not by someone trying to make a political point, but by the officers in council that look at road safety. I think it's very disappointing that Councillor Cassidy would take this kind of approach on an issue and try to politicise it when this should not be a political issue. This should not be a political issue.
Councillor Collier.
And so look forward to making sure that this petition is investigated thoroughly. It's going to close, I understand, just within a short period of time. It's due to close in early June, I understand. And then we'll make sure that it's thoroughly investigated. And if there are things that we can do to improve safety, that's great. We're looking forward to hearing the advice of the council experts on this matter. And I'd love to see improvements delivered. I'd love to see that. That would be a good outcome. But as I said, as a former local councillor myself, I know that, we often get requests for different speed limits or different signs or traffic calming devices, and they can sometimes help. But there are still cases where people driving without due care and attention, they'll ignore the signs, they'll ignore the speed limits, they'll be maybe looking at their phone, they'll be not paying attention. And so it's something that has to be assessed by the experts, and the response recommendations that will be provided to us for consideration will be taken very, very seriously, Madam Chair. I do repeat again, I am very confident that Councillor Adam Allen cares about this issue and is a good local councillor, and I'm confident that we'll get the best possible outcome here.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And I didn't want to interrupt you answering like many people were. So, Councillor Strunk. Councillor Cassidy, that is inappropriate. And Councillor Strunk, I caution you for calling out earlier as well. Calm down, councillors. Further questions? Councillor Gibney.
Thank you, Chair. My question is for the Chair of the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee, Councillor Davis. Councillor Davis, the Schooner Council continues to be recognised for its work to make Brisbane's lifestyle even better. Can you please update the Chamber on the latest accolade given to our award-winning Archerfield Wetlands District Park?
Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you I'd like to thank Councillor Givney for the question, and I agree with Councillor Givney. It's getting harder and harder and harder to keep track of the awards that keep on rolling in for Archerfield Wetlands District Park. So I'm very pleased to be able to update the Chamber today with the tally. Madam Chair, last week in Canberra, Archerfield Wetlands District Park was named the recipient of the Planning Institute of Australia's National Award for Planning Excellence in the category of Great Place. And this award was presented at the Institute's National Congress. So, Madam Chair, how many awards do you think we're at now for Archerfield Wetlands District Park? 4? 5? 6?
8?
Correct, Councillor Wines.
Yeah.
We have reached 8 awards for this magnificent park. And this includes 3 national awards, just like the one that was recently presented. And so for a park built on the site of a former wastewater treatment plant, that is an extraordinary achievement and one that the whole city can be proud of. Madam Chair, a Planning Institute of Australia's Great Place Award does not simply recognise a well-designed facility. It recognises a place that has genuinely transformed its community, somewhere where people choose to spend time, that has shifted the character of its neighbourhood and that will continue to enrich lives for generations. To be recognised at the national level is to be recognised for getting everything right at once: community need, environmental stewardship, design ambition and long-term livability. And this award sits alongside earlier national recognition for landscape architecture, climate positive design, stormwater management and waterway rejuvenation, each shining a different light on the same outstanding project. And that's exactly what you find when you visit, Madam Chair. Families on the adventure playscape, built from repurposed industrial infrastructure that tells the story of the site's history. School groups following the 3-kilometre shared discovery trail through the restored wetlands. Locals gather there on the event lawn. There's the youth hub, the community hub, and of course the Bush Resources Garden. This is a place that has become genuinely woven into the daily life of Brisbane South, and Brisbane Sustainability Agency, along with the designers, contractors and community stakeholders who brought it to life, deserve every bit of this recognition. I know that the local ward councillor, Councillor Griffiths, speaks very highly of this and understands the great investment that we have made in his local ward, but I also know that Councillor Strunk and Councillor Kim were also out when we opened the parkland, and they were also admiring the great work and the community benefit that this great project will bring. And I say that, Madam Chair, because this award speaks to the broader ambition of the Oxley Creek transformation, one of the most significant urban renewal programs in Brisbane's history. The corridor stretches along, across the southern suburbs and has long been an underutilised asset. And the Schrinner Council's investment in changing that precinct by precinct, delivering world-class public spaces to communities that have long deserved this level of investment and attention. Archerfield Wetlands was the first major park delivered through this program, and 8 awards later, it's safe to say we set the bar exactly where it needed to be. And Archerfield is not alone in recognition this program has earned. Worrell Parklands in Callum Vale Ward, also delivered as part of the Oxley Creek transformation, has itself attracted some silverware, demonstrating that this is not a one-off result, but a program consistently producing excellence right across the corridor. Madam Chair, the transformation is far from finished. Work has recently commenced in Tennyson Ward on the Gracefield Riverside Parklands, which is the next exciting chapter in the Oxley Creek story, bringing renewed open space and fresh investment to the communities of Brisbane's inner south, and I look forward to updating the Chamber on that project's progress in the months ahead. Taken together, these projects are a powerful demonstration of what the Schrinner Council's commitment to directing 80% of our capital investment into the suburbs actually looks like on the ground. Not a single prestige project, but a sustained, connected program of investment, transforming an entire corridor of our city, suburb by suburb, parkland by parkland. So, Madam Chair, the message today is a proud one. 8 awards, 3 national, 1 extraordinary park, and the Oxley Creek transformation continues. We congratulate everyone who contributed to this achievement, and we remain committed to delivering public spaces right across Brisbane.
Further speakers, Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, I'd now like to ask a question on behalf of the boy who was hit at Meredith and Langton Street's mother, Nikki, who was told that safety upgrades were not being prioritised there because, and I quote, only one child had been hit.
Shame.
Let that sink in for a second. Nikki was told that safety upgrades were not being prioritised because only one child had been hit there. Nikki would like to know how many children need to be hit for your council to improve safety at this intersection.
Lord Mayor.
Well, I don't know why anyone would tell someone that because the safety of children in Brisbane and the safety, in fact, of everyone in Brisbane is something that we take very seriously. But as with safety, it's everyone's responsibility. It is not the pure remit of one level of government. It is not the pure remit of either the council, the state government, or the school alone, or the school community, or motorists. It's everyone's responsibility. And so we do not want to see anyone injured on our roads. We do not want to see any child injured going to and from school. And we make that absolutely... we make that absolutely clear. Safety is everyone's priority and everyone's responsibility, and this is something that we take seriously, and it's something that the local councillor, Councillor Adam Allen, takes seriously. Adding further to what I said, we will investigate the petition and we'll get the experts to provide recommendations on that petition. And if there are practical things that we can do, by all means, we're looking forward to receiving those recommendations because we take safety absolutely seriously.
Further questions, Councillor Adaman.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. My question is to the Chair of the Customer Services Committee. Councillor Hutton, with flu season once again upon us, can you please update the Chamber on the work that the Shrinner Council is doing to keep our community safe at our childhood immunisation clinic?
Councillor Hutton.
Thank you, Chair, and through you I'd like to thank Councillor Adaman for the question. Before I begin, Chair, I want to acknowledge the incredible work our nurses do right across our community, but in particular the ones who run our community immunisation clinics. They are often working with young children, anxious parents, older people, and they do it with such professionalism, patience and care, and for that we are so very grateful. Now, Madam Chair, this question is very timely. You may not realise that Australia has been through one of the most severe flu seasons. In 2025, we had more than 1,700 Australians die from flu-related illnesses, the highest death toll in a century. We saw the highest number of confirmed influenza notifications since national records began. A dominant strain known as H3N2 Super K extended the season well beyond the usual winter period, running from May all the way through to November. It hit households, schools, childcare centres and workplaces really hard. While flu cases so far in 2026 have been about half the same levels as last year, experts have been very clear. We should not be complacent. Cases are expected to rise as winter approaches. Flu is unpredictable and consequently, for the vulnerable members of our community, young children, pregnant women, older residents and people with underlying health conditions, this can be severe or potentially deadly. This is exactly why immunisations matter and exactly why our council continues to invest in it. Earlier this year, we expanded our community immunisation hours by 26%. We went from 80 hours to over 108 hours per month. This is a real and meaningful improvement for the Brisbane families. More appointments, more flexibility and more opportunities for parents and carers to get their children vaccinated at a time and a place that suits them. We have also expanded the number of library locations hosting immunisation clinics from 10 to 13. Libraries, as we know, are already part of many families' weekly routines, from First Five Forever sessions, story time, homework prep, or just simply borrowing books. Providing immunisation clinics in these locations makes access more convenient and approachable for parents. This year, we are also trialling a new nasal spray influenza vaccine called Flu Mist for eligible children. Anyone who has taken a young child to go and get immunisations knows just how stressful it can be for everyone involved. A needle-free option can make that experience much easier for children and parents. And if it means that more children get protected, that is a great outcome for our entire community. Already over 20,000 children across our state have received the Flu Mist vaccination. This vaccine has been used safely for decades in the United States, Canada and the United Kingdom. It is new to Australia but has a very strong track record. The 2026 vaccine has also been updated. It includes protection specifically targeted against the Super K strain that drove last year's severe season. Our clinics support flu vaccination for eligible residents, including people over 65, infants aged between 6 months and 5 years, pregnant women, medically at-risk individuals, and Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. So this program is really about making it easier for local families to access important vaccinations close to home and help keeping our community safe. But Chair, this program is far more than just flu vaccinations. Our community immunisation clinics provide a full range of free vaccines in line with the National Immunisation Schedule. The same vaccines, for those parents in the room, that appear in your magical red book. The clinics include protection against serious illnesses such as meningococcal B for infants and teenagers. Now, while rare, meningococcal disease can develop very quickly and become life-threatening, causing severe infections of blood or brain and sometimes leading to long-term complications such as hearing loss or brain injury. That is why a vaccination is just so important. We also have the RSV vaccination for eligible pregnant women, young children and some medically at-risk adults. Now, Madam Chair, for those of you who don't know, RSV appears like cold-like symptoms but can be serious for very vulnerable people and sometimes lead to hospitalisation. I know from my own experience, this amazing vaccination clinic experience is so valuable. I've had my own kids vaccinated at the Corinda Bowls Club, and just the experience from the nurses, they are so kind and so generous. And can I just encourage those of you in the chamber to make sure that you promote it to your communities before the flu season begins. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Further questions? Councillor Chongwa.
Thank you, Chair. My question is about Brisbane's tree canopy. Lord Mayor, through the Chair, I asked you a related question on Brisbane's tree canopy on the 17th of June last year, and I want to come back to this issue as it's critical to the people of Brisbane. This LNP Council administration in 2017 set an aim of becoming a city of tree shade with 50% tree canopy coverage to elevate the urban heat island effect by 2031, 1 year before the Olympics. However, internal council review obtained by the ABC last year found that shade cover had declined from 35% to 32% in the 10 years to 2019. Lord Mayor, through the Chair, that the council review stated that the decline to tree canopy was due to ongoing high levels of tree removals, removing mature trees and replacing them with tube stock. Lord Mayor, through the Chair, my question to you today is why has this council not released any data on its tree canopy cover since the council target was published in 2017?
Lord Mayor.
Tree canopy is something that we continue to monitor, and obviously we've got an ongoing tree planting program. We've got an ongoing offsets program. And it's something that we continue to invest in significantly across the city. Now, I hear some groaning from the Leader of the Opposition and the Deputy Leader of the Opposition, who was on TV just recently saying we should remove a big leopard tree out the front of someone's house, a very big canopy involved there. Well, there we go. I think this whole situation is, I guess, demonstrated by what...
Councillor Collier, do not call out. It is not your question. And the Lord Mayor is on his feet speaking, and you don't get to call out across the chamber. You know very well by now how the chamber operates. Lord Mayor.
Thank you. We can see here, just from this one example, that this is an issue that requires ongoing investment, but it also requires ongoing removal of trees in cases where they are causing an impact or where there is a problem.
Point of order.
And so,
One moment, Lord Mayor. Point of order, Councillor Chongwa.
I just would like to bring Lord Mayor back to the question, which is why has this council not released any data on its tree canopy cover since the council target was published in 2017?
Councillor Chongwa, the Lord Mayor is answering your question. Lord Mayor.
what I do know is that just in recent years we have had a acknowledgement of the work that Brisbane is doing because it was actually just a couple of years ago that Brisbane was acknowledged as the greenest city in Australia based on tree cover. And that was based on detailed mapping right across the city, showing that we are actually beating other cities all around Australia when it comes to our tree canopy. We are Australia's most biodiverse capital city.
Point of order.
One moment, please, Lord Mayor. Councillor Chongwa.
Lord Mayor, I bring you back to the question. I'm asking, why have you not released any data on tree canopy cover since the council target was published in 2017?
It was a very long preamble to your question, and the Lord Mayor has 5 minutes to answer it. Lord Mayor.
I've been speaking about trees the whole time. It is quite clear that the Greens Council wants to make some kind of political point and not actually hear the answer to the question. And now I'm happy to talk about trees until the cows come home because this is something that this administration has a proud record of. Now, some councillors are advocating for the removal of trees all over the city and, you know, they'll say one thing in public, but then they're quite happy to support removal of large trees. And so what we do here...
Councillor Collier, I caution you. Lord Mayor.
What we do here is we have ongoing planting programs, we have ongoing and not just street tree planting but large-scale tree planting programs. We have planted millions upon millions of trees, and in fact, Councillor Chongwa, I'd like to bring you into the loop on something that you should be aware of, but we are in the process of planting over 1 million new plants and trees between now and the Olympic Games in 2032. And so...
Point of order.
I hope it's not a repetition of the other two points of order.
I'm just wanting to know if he's going to release a report on tree canopy.
Thank you, Councillor Chongwa. Councillor Strunk, stop calling out. Lord Mayor.
As I was saying, we're in the process of planting 1 million trees and plants over the coming years, and we're working with great organisations like Greening Australia. We are continuing to make sure that we add trees and plant trees, and where there is a need to remove trees, and which, you know, there are legitimate reasons why trees have to be removed, and I don't think anyone's arguing against that case.
Councillor Cassidy and Councillor Collier, I'm going to caution you because you are constantly calling out across the chamber. If you have a conversation you want to have, it is very loud, take it outside. Lord Mayor.
So we'll continue to invest in planting trees, we'll continue to invest in greening Brisbane. But you know what, one of the most important things that can occur? Councillor Chongwa, you can support the tall over sprawl agenda that we are pushing that protects bushland, that protects trees, not just 1 or 2 street trees, but large-scale bushland from development by ensuring that we have infill development in those inner city locations and places with good transport connections. But we know that Councillor Chongwa doesn't support that. And so if you don't support the tall versus sprawl a push that we are pursuing, then you must support large-scale tree clearing for development, because we all know that more homes are needed. Where are these homes going to go? If they're not going in inner city areas with good infrastructure and good transport and good facilities. Where are they going? The alternative would be tree clearing out in the suburbs, and we are planting out in the suburbs. We are committed to increasing tree cover, and we will continue pursuing both of those approaches, planting more trees, but also making sure that development is put where the infrastructure and transport is.
Lord Mayor, your time has expired. Further questions, Councillor Wolfe.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And my question is to the Chair of the Infrastructure Committee, Councillor Murphy. Councillor Murphy, can you please update the Chamber on how the Schrinner Council is keeping Brisbane moving with more active transport infrastructure in the western suburbs?
Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank Councillor Wolfe for the question, because we have listened to the community and the Schrinner Council will deliver the Sylvan Road Bikeway. Over 1,100 people ride along this 1.5 kilometre stretch each and every day. It is the last section of unprotected bikeway along this route. It means once this project is complete, there will be a protected bikeway for cyclists all the way from the city to the Centenary suburbs. That is 19 kilometres of protected bikeway for every Brisbane resident to enjoy, which is why this project is so important and why the Schrinner Council is committed to delivering it. And we know the community has spoken very loudly on this project so far. In 2025, we asked residents to share their experience of travelling through this corridor. More than 90% of respondents supported a separated bikeway along Sylvan Road. And so we listened. We got to work, we engaged our designers, our engineers, we did the traffic assessments and the safety reviews, and now we've brought forward 2 concept design options, both of which will deliver what the community has asked for here. A protected bikeway physically separated from pedestrians and motorists, which will make this corridor safer and more comfortable for everyone. Option 1 delivers a continuous bidirectional bikeway along the full corridor, and Option 2 combines both unidirectional and bidirectional bikeway sections, which offer a different balance of traffic flow and protection. Madam Chair, importantly, both options retain access to businesses and residential properties. We are confident in presenting these options to the community and to let them decide which design suits them the best. Another important aspect of this project, of course, is the intersection upgrades that will be delivered for motorists. We've used this opportunity to deliver both a safe bikeway and to bust congestion for motorists in the western suburbs. Instead of bolting along a bikeway, we are redesigning the traffic system in this area to work for both bikeway users and road users. Milton Road, of course, as we know, is one of Brisbane's most critical and busiest corridors, which links the inner city to the western suburbs. We'll deliver upgrades at the intersection of Milton Road and Croydon Street and Sylvan Road and Croydon Street. There'll be an extra left turn lane from Croydon Street onto Milton Road, a zebra crossing in the slip lane, and bus stop upgrades. Improved traffic flow for thousands of motorists each and every day will be delivered by this project. Construction will start at these intersections in the coming months so that the broader project will run smoothly and that the community will start seeing the benefits from this project sooner. That is what delivery looks like, Madam Chair. And our track record on these projects is clear. No doubt, those opposite will always find something to complain about, but make no mistake, this administration's track record on active transport speaks for itself. We have spent over $390 million on active transport infrastructure across Brisbane in the past 4 years alone. That is more than the Queensland Government has spent across the entire state, and we are very proud of that. We built the Kangaroo Point Bridge, we built CityLink Stages 1 and 2, we built Schneider Road to Viola Place Bikeway, we will build CityLink Stage 3, and now we are building the Sylvan Road Bikeway. Madam Chair, you name it, when it comes to bikeway infrastructure in this city, there's a very good chance that it's our administration that built it. We believe in active transport. We know the benefits it brings to livability, to health, to reduce congestion, to the quality of life out in our suburbs. And we don't just say that, we actually build it. This project will make Toowong safer. It will make it more connected, it will make it better, it will link parks, schools, shops, sporting facilities and public transport in a way that gives people genuine choices about how they get around our suburbs. When that final 1.5 kilometres of link is built, a resident in the Centenary suburbs in Councillor Hutton's ward will be able to ride a continuous, dedicated, protected bikeway all the way to the Brisbane CBD for the first time. And not only that, Madam Chair, but someone staying in a hotel, visiting Brisbane for the first time who wants to go and see our beautiful Brisbane Botanic Gardens out at Mount Cootha will, for the first time, be able to grab a bike or an e-scooter and head out there with the people that have come to Brisbane and visit one of the greatest attractions that Brisbane has to offer. So we know this is not just infrastructure for cyclists or bicycle user groups, this is economic infrastructure. This is infrastructure for the beating heart of Brisbane and the city that we will show the world is a city that embraces active transport in 2032. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Further questions? Councillor Kim.
Thank you, Chair. Lord Mayor, on the 3rd of February, my question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, on the 3rd of February, a resident from Carindale, your former ward, named Erica Brennan was mauled by 2 dogs. One was a vicious Rottweiler, attacking her while she was in fetal position, protecting her 15-year-old Jack Russell Penny and herself. Both were injured, so that's Erica and Penny, and Erica was also hospitalised. If it weren't for 2 tradesmen working nearby, it could have been even worse. After numerous attempts to communicate with your local LNP councillor Ryan Murphy and officers, the Rottweiler was returned home without even notifying the victim who lives next door. She was horrified to see the dog snarling at her. Did you enjoy your 5th international trip to LA while your own residents were getting mauled by dogs?
Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure whether Councillor Kim is stalking me, but on the 3rd of February, I was not anywhere but Brisbane. And so, look, to make, once again, what is a cynical political point about a safety issue is quite disgraceful. It is quite disgraceful.
Lord Mayor. Councillor Kim, the Lord Mayor is 10 seconds into answering the question and he has 5 minutes to do it.
He just used the word stalking, Chair.
The Lord Mayor is not commenting on what you have. No, it is if you are misrepresented in a speech that you have given during this meeting. And he has not done that. No, Councillor Collier, I'm telling you what the situation is. That is it. Councillor Collier, I caution you. That is the 3rd time. Lord Mayor.
Councillor Kim made the claim in this place that I was overseas on the 3rd of February. It is misrepresenting and misleading the chamber entirely. But we all heard it. We all heard this claim.
One moment,
Am I not alone?
Lord Mayor. Point of order, Councillor Kim.
I claim to be misrepresented as this case went until May.
I recommend, Councillor, it's not from a speech that you have made. I recommend you can raise it in GB if you wish to do so. Lord Mayor.
Madam Chair, the truth may not matter to Councillor Kim, but it matters to councillors on this side of the chamber. And I wrote down the date that Councillor Kim said where she claimed that I was overseas. Now, in this particular case, what I've suggested before is that it is really quite disappointing and unacceptable that Labor councillors continue to try to politicise safety issues as though this is some kind of party political issue. I'll tell you what happens when there's a dangerous dog attack that occurs.
Is that why it was returned? Why are you politicising this?
One moment, please, Lord Mayor. Councillor Kim, stop calling out. That is not okay. You have asked your question. Now give the Lord Mayor the opportunity. He has 5 minutes to answer it. Do not call out. I caution you. Lord Mayor.
It seems quite clear yet again that Labor councillors, opposition councillors want to ask questions and make political points but are not interested in the answers or the facts. But I can...
Councillor Kim, I caution you again, that's twice. Lord Mayor.
I can explain to Councillor Kim the process when a dangerous or a dog attack occurs.
Lord Mayor, please, one
Thank
moment.
you.
If you can just stop your microphone. Councillor Kim, I'm going to caution you. You are blatantly showing unsuitable meeting conduct, and I've cautioned you 3 times, and I'll formally do it if you continue to do so. You've asked your question. Lord Mayor's answering it. Lord Mayor.
Thank you. When a dangerous dog is identified or a dog attack occurs, our team from within council, the council officers, attend, they investigate, and they take necessary action. This is a process that does not have political interference, does not have political involvement from councillors. It is done by the team in council that deals with this on a daily basis. And so what Councillor Kim is claiming here is completely inappropriate. She is suggesting somehow that there's been some type of inappropriate interference by a councillor, or that a councillor's responsibility is to make decisions on the future of dogs. That does not occur. Our team in the animal management section does that. But what I can say, though, is I'm aware that both the local councillor and the chair responsible have sought multiple times to meet with the resident here that has raised the concern. Multiple times they've attempted to set up meetings.
One moment, please, Lord Mayor. Can you turn your microphone off? Councillor Kim, as you have failed to comply with the request to take remedial action for your unsuitable meeting conduct, I hereby warn you in accordance with section 21(6) of the Meetings Local Law 2001 that failing to comply with the request may result in an order being issued. Lord Mayor, sorry, but question time has expired. Lord Mayor, Establishment and Coordination Committee report of the 18th of May 2026.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting held on Monday, 18th of May 2026 be adopted.
Seconded.
It has been moved by the Lord Mayor and seconded by the Deputy Mayor that the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting dated Monday, the 18th of May 2026 be adopted.
Point of order.
Look, one moment. Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
Can I ask that item C be taken seriatim for debate, please?
Debate and voting. So we will have A, B, D and E now, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Before I move on to the items on the agenda, I just wanted to cover a couple of different issues. First of all, wanted to touch on that issue of tree cover because it's an issue that's been raised by the Greens councillor, and as I said, I'm happy to talk about it at length because Brisbane's record and this council's record on trees is unmatched in any city across Australia. Now, I referred to detailed analysis that had been done by the mapping organisation NearMap. Now, this is an organisation that maps every blade of grass in Australia using all kinds of imagery and satellite photography, and they've done an assessment of every Australian capital city. And in their last available assessment, they nominated that Brisbane was the city in Australia with the highest tree cover. And what they did is they did such detailed assessment over thousands of suburbs. And their aim was to identify the percentage of the population in each city that lived in a suburb with good tree cover. And so the findings of their assessment of each city were as follows. At the bottom of the rank when it comes to the percentage of the population living in a suburb with good tree cover was Perth, with only 22% of the population in Perth living in a suburb with good tree cover. Next up the list was Adelaide, with 26% of the population living in a suburb with good tree cover. After that was Melbourne, with 30% of the population living in a suburb with good tree cover. After Melbourne was Sydney, with 44% of the population living in a suburb with good tree cover. Next came Canberra, with 58% of residents living in a suburb with good tree cover. And then came Darwin, with 66% of residents living in a suburb with good tree cover. And then Hobart, with 71% of residents living in a suburb with good tree cover. And at the top of the list was Brisbane, with 79% of residents living in a suburb with good tree cover. Now, this wasn't a council report, this was entirely independent, and it highlighted what we all know, which is Brisbane has the best tree cover of any city in Australia. And we continue to invest in expanding that tree cover. And we are proud of the work that we've been doing, and we're committed to doing more. And so 79% of residents in Brisbane live in a suburb with good tree cover, and we want to keep on increasing that, compared to Perth at just 22%. Compared to Sydney and Melbourne, Melbourne's 30%, Sydney's 44%. We are the most biodiverse capital city in Australia, and we're committed to not only maintaining that level, but growing that level, which is why we have an incredible array of different programs to support not only tree planting, but also investment in habitat, investment in maintaining bushland, investment in planting more trees at scale, protecting our wildlife, including the investment in a range of koala programs to protect koalas and wildlife. And we are investing millions of dollars each year into these programs because we are committed to maintaining Brisbane at the top when it comes to tree cover. And so the Greens may try to make a political point here, but they continue to oppose more homes in the right places. And that means more homes in places that might involve the destruction of bushland, of green space. And so fundamentally, we know that their position here is deeply flawed, is deeply hypocritical, because what they say they support, they don't actually support. They say they support the environment and trees, yet they're quite happy to block development in already established areas where we can deliver thousands of new homes close to infrastructure and transport in a more sustainable way, and they block that. They block it almost every single time. And so we see here, unfortunately, Councillor Chong-Wah, that your position here is inconsistent with your stated claims, but our position is very consistent. We love trees, we love our environment, we love the biodiversity that we have here, and we are proud that Brisbane is the most biodiverse capital with the most tree cover for our residents, and we will continue working to keep it that way. Just wanted to touch on the light up of assets, as I always do, and that includes the lighting up of assets like City Hall, Kangaroo Point Bridge, Story Bridge, Victoria Bridge, and other assets in acknowledgement of important community causes and events. And so last night, all of these assets were lit up in black, yellow, red, and also blue, white and green to mark National Reconciliation Week. Our council supports a range of events during National Reconciliation Week, and we had one today in King George Square, but it's one of many that we support, particularly given that today is National Sorry Day, and we have a number of sorry sites across Brisbane where we support events being held in National Reconciliation Week. And I know a number of councillors have attended those events, including the one in City Hall or in King George Square today. So once again tonight, on National Sorry Day, the assets will be lit up in the colours of the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander flags. Tomorrow, the assets will be lit up in maroon. Yes, Councillor Adaman, in acknowledgement of Game 1 of the State of Origin. which unfortunately we played in Sydney, but we all know which team we're going for, and we wish them all the best in tomorrow's game. On Thursday, our assets will be lit up in the rainbow colours to mark LGBTQ+ Domestic Violence Awareness Day. And I noticed a large banner on the Story Bridge in support of this as well. And so we're lighting up the assets and also promoting domestic violence awareness, particularly for those in the LGBTQ+ community that have been the victims of domestic violence. And we, as we always do, say no to this violence. We push back against it, and we want a city that is free from violence and discrimination. On Friday, our bridges will be lit in yellow to support Fatality Free Friday, promoting safety on our roads. And I also did want to say City Hall will be lit in red, white and blue, the colours of the Australian national flag, on Friday, because we have a very special event happening here on Friday. And that is the freedom of entry to the City of Brisbane for a military unit. And the military unit is the HMAS Brisbane, which is the guided missile destroyer that carries our city's name. Now, the HMAS Brisbane is, the crew will be in town and they'll be marching on the streets, exercising that freedom of the city. It's a very traditional thing, and this has not happened in a very long time. It's been a decade, maybe 15 years since this last happened, maybe more. And in fact, the current edition of the HMAS Brisbane was only finished being built in 2017. And so this will be the first time the crew of the current HMAS Brisbane exercises their freedom of the city. And I just wanted to point out that there's a deep connection between HMAS Brisbane and the city that goes beyond the naming of the ship, because the ship has a motto. And the motto is actually that motto right up there, Meliora Sequamur, which means we aim at higher things. And so the motto of the city and the motto of the ship is the same. It just so happens, though, that they aim at higher things with missiles. And so within the HMAS Brisbane, the corridors within the ship are actually corridors that bear the names of Brisbane streets. And so there is a corridor called Queen Street, and it has a Brisbane City Council street sign naming the corridor, and all of the corridors have street signs from Brisbane. And so we welcome the crew of HMAS Brisbane to their city's namesake. There's around 180 crew for that vessel. Their home base is in Woolloomooloo in Sydney, and it is a very special occasion that they are here in town, and we welcome them. So that's why City Hall will be lit up in the colours of the Aussie flag. On Saturday, our assets will be lit in red, white and blue again to celebrate Croatia Statehood Day. Also happens to be the colours of the flag of Croatia. It's observed annually on the 30th of May. And this is the anniversary of the first sitting of Croatia's democratically elected parliament. And finally, on Sunday, our assets will be lit in red to support the Salvation Army Red Shield appeal. I've also previously mentioned in this meeting...
Sorry, Lord Mayor, your time has expired.
Move for an extension, Mr Chair.
Seconded.
It was moved by the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Dixon for the extension of time. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Acting Chair. I previously mentioned that May is Domestic Violence and Family Violence Prevention Month, and I just wanted another shout out to the Darkness to Daylight event, which is being held on Thursday and Friday this week, overnight, and we're very proud to support Challenge DV in this event, and thank you to those councillors who are participating. Also, I wanted to acknowledge the beginning of a major holiday in the Islamic calendar, the beginning of Eid al-Adha, the Festival of Sacrifice. This is a significant date in the calendar for the Muslim community. It's a time of prayer, reflection, generosity and togetherness. And I hope that this Eid brings joy and peace to you and your loved ones. And I want to thank Brisbane's Muslim community for their contribution to our city. Madam Chair, item A is the surplus land disposal for 39 Jennings Street in Zilmere. And can you just remind me, Madam Chair, did I call you Madam Chair? Can you just remind me the breakdown of the different items for debate purposes?
Yep, it's A, B, D, E, and C. So A, B, D in one debate and C in the other debate.
A, B, and D. Okay, great. Okay, so item A, surplus land disposal, 39 Jennings Street, Zilmere. This item outlines a practical step to support the supply of social housing on Brisbane North Side by the repurposing of surplus council land. There's currently a council depot at this site. However, the depot does not take up the entire site, and the entire site is not necessary for the depot. And so we were approached by Housing for Change with a proposal to build social housing on 3,000 square metres of this site. The remaining 13,600 square metres of the site will continue to be used for council activities. Housing for Change will lead the delivery of this project, including approvals and construction. Council will support the early site works, including costs associated with the subdivision of the site to remove delays. We also rededicate our commitment to making sure there are no infrastructure charges on projects like this as well, because we know that this is meeting an important need in the community. So far, to date, there's been at least $3 million in support that have been provided through the elimination of infrastructure charges for social housing projects in Brisbane, and it's something that we're proud to continue to be supporting. The homes will be built using modular construction, which I think is a fantastic thing because they can be delivered faster and cheaper through this approach. So it reduces build time, lowers costs, and helps deliver these homes faster. The development will include a mix of 1- and 2-bedroom dwellings, all designed to meet the Livable Housing Australia Silver Standard, which supports accessibility, safety, and long-term use. Beyond housing, the project also includes support services. Residents will be connected with providers offering counselling, employment pathways, education opportunities, and community programs. The location has been selected with access in mind, and residents will be within walking distance of transport, local shops, and essential services, which, as we say, is more homes in the right places. While community housing is the responsibility of state and federal governments, we always step up and do our part as well, which we're very proud to do. And this partnership complements the work of the other levels of government when it comes to providing social housing. And I certainly commend this item to the Chamber and recommend that all councillors would support it. Item B is the lease of land at 1300 Nudgee Road, Nudgee Beach, and Council currently leases the land at this site to Queensland Recycling for the recycling of construction and demolition waste. The facility accepts a broad range of materials generated from the construction sector. These materials are processed on site and then repurposed for use as recycled materials in construction activities. So it's a sustainability, angle to this project, and one of the reasons why we're keen to support this continued use for now. The activity delivers a clear environmental benefit and also operational benefits. It diverts significant volumes of waste from landfill. It reduces carbon emissions and limits the pressure on natural resources by replacing the need for new materials with recycled materials. Queensland Recycling has been an established operator at the location since 2003, and over this time has demonstrated consistent performance and compliance in managing its operations. The site itself is formerly a landfill site, so it's a closed landfill, and Queensland Recycling has shown that it can manage the site effectively. It holds the required development approval and maintains environmental management systems that support ongoing compliance at the site. The existing lease is due to expire in October this year. It's proposed to grant a further 2-year lease to Queensland Recycling to ensure continuity of operations. This approach allows Council to maintain steady commercial return from the site while supporting the environmental and waste reduction aims of the operation. An independent market rent valuation will be obtained prior to the start of the new lease, and this will ensure that the rent reflects current market conditions. And aside from the updated rent, the lease will remain on terms consistent with the existing agreement. Okay, so item D, just moving forward, is the SCP for fleet plant equipment, wet and dry hire. And this is about major plant, trucks and specialised equipment. This is a practical, future-focused step that ensures that we can continue delivering the construction, maintenance and operational services our city needs as it grows. It supplements the submission that we had last week about quarries and making sure we had the appropriate quarrying capacity and capability to fund the growth of the city going forward and to support the growth of the city going forward. And this is a practical, future-focused SCP that ensures we can deliver construction, maintenance and operational services as we go forward. So by combining Council's core fleet with external wet and dry hire, we can scale resources when needed. We can access special equipment without the need to necessarily buy it. We can use it on an as-need basis, or we can decide to purchase equipment. We have the flexibility to do both as we meet the demands of our growing city. With the current arrangement due to expire in December this year, this replacement panel will provide continuity, value and operational readiness over a period of a potential 8-year term. As always, with a significant contracting plan, it's important to remember the arrangement does not commit Council to purchases unless funding is approved for specific orders. Item E, and the final item in this particular tranche, is the Padstow Road land exchange. And item E seeks approval for Council to facilitate a bushland acquisition and resolve an existing encroachment on Council land matter. The residential property at 33 Padstow Road currently has only one means of access via a driveway and a car park that were constructed on a very narrow strip of Council land under previous ownership. This encroachment covers around 860 square metres of land and is understood to have been in place for many, many years, dating back to before the 1980s. And while the land forms part of the broader Cannondale Park precinct, it has limited practical value to Council and the community. The land is, however, critical for the owner of 33 Padstow Road because it is the only access that they have to their site. Understandably, they've sought to formalise the existing access by taking full ownership of the encroached land. In return, the proposal before us today delivers a substantial benefit to Council and the people of Brisbane. The owner has agreed to transfer a significant parcel of vacant land at the rear of the property, totalling over 5,200 square metres. And this purchase would be covered through our bushland acquisition program, with the total cost offset by the value of the access easement. So effectively, the land is valued and then the value of the access easement is taken away from that value, which then reduces the amount payable from the bushland acquisition program. The portion of 33 Padstow Road has been on our acquisition watch list for the past 8 years, so we have previously identified this land as being of value to form part of a corridor, and so this is a timely matter that we can resolve through this submission. Acquiring this land will allow Council to expand the surrounding bushland and undertake revegetation in the local ecosystem. It's a fair deal and a good one for Council and the ratepayers. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further speaker, Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I rise to speak on these 4 items before us today, and just at the outset, with your indulgence with the Lord Mayors as well, I do just want to acknowledge somebody who's in the chamber with us today, sitting down the back behind me, Jen Henderson, who's celebrating her 40 years to the day of employment with and service to Brisbane City Council. She looks suitably embarrassed. I'll talk about this in general business, but just a couple of things. It's a great honour to have Jen here with us today. As my ward advisor today, given this chamber is where it all started, Jen's first job in council was with the committee clerks back in 1986, and in the first weeks of her employment, Her job is to come into the council chamber and sharpen pencils, I understand, for councillors, and to give the chair a pen. Having now served in 4 different ward offices, 6 councillors over that time, it's very nice having you here, Jen, to visit us once again in the chamber. She said it looks the same but seems just a little bit smaller than it used to. So thanks very much for joining us, Jen, and for your service. I have some more things to say in general business. Going on to the items before us today, the surplus property disposal at 39 Jennings Street, Zilmere, in my ward, which is the back half or less than half of the Zilmere depot, former sort of Zilmere Works depot, I guess, and now sandbag and aquatic weevil growing depot. So 3,000 square metres to deliver crisis and transitional accommodation, 16 units. I want to congratulate Housing for Change for having the foresight and resolve to make an impact in this space and working for many years in trying to identify different sites that would be appropriate. And I understand they had looked at different sites on the south side and on the north side and engaged with council for a long period of time about what opportunities there would be there, and this location was certainly a lot better than some of the others that they had looked at as well. There's a 7-digit commercial and confidence figure offered by Housing for Change for this land, and I think it's a good project, but also in acknowledging that, it also needs to be bigger, and this response needs to be bigger and more of it. Essentially, 16 units of accommodation really is a drop in the ocean when it comes to the challenge before us today. After years of selling land at commercial rates, we've seen over the last 18 months to 2 years of council disposing of land that has previously been housing, has been earmarked for housing again, and we find out that after those sales have occurred, only one single community housing provider was engaged, and if they weren't in a position to purchase that land and start a project right there and then, that land was just sold on the private commercial market for somebody to make what has been over the last couple of years a lot of money in the housing market out of it. So we think this is a good, a better outcome than we've seen previously. And I think this is sort of a good point to stop and reflect as well about council's policies. The Lord Mayor say that council isn't in the space of social housing, isn't in the space of housing delivery. But what we are in the space of is policy settings and in the space of supporting those community housing providers to provide what can be sometimes with the support of the state and federal government social housing, and with the support of the federal government and institutional investors affordable, genuinely affordable housing as well. And so it's disappointing to sort of hear the Lord Mayor get up and say, a bit like when we heard Councillor Howard last session say homelessness had been solved in Brisbane because of a one-off $500,000 donation to Manual City Mission. We get the Lord Mayor stand up and say this sort of ticks off all of council's boxes in terms of supporting community housing providers and social housing, and yet the LNP have consistently voted down our calls for affordable community and social housing targets and inclusionary zoning in different parts of the city. This will help people in need, of course, and some people that will be in desperate need of this accommodation, but the need continues to far outweigh what is on offer here today. Housing for Change will be responsible for planning, approvals and project delivery, with the Lord Mayor confirming council is going to cover the survey and development application costs associated with the subdivision that's going to occur. We've been, advocating for and fighting for these discounts for many years now. I was proud to meet with Housing for Change in February this year, who are seeking to deliver these new community homes close to, as we've heard, rail, recreation and retail. So we think we need to be pulling every lever we have at our disposal. To hear the Lord Mayor stand up today and say, again, on the one hand, here's a new lever we're pulling by partnering with a new community housing provider here, and then the next breath say there's really nothing more council can do except we have a new option on the table for us today, is really disappointing after all of that work and advocacy we've seen from the sector, from this side of the chamber over the last 2 years, to see that the LNP block affordable housing targets and inclusionary zoning trials in different parts of the city. So we think this is a good outcome and we'll be fighting for more, but this shouldn't be seen as a final success being ticked off and then they move on and don't think about it again. On clause B, the land at 1300 Nudgee Road, Nudgee Beach, the lease to Queensland Recycling Pty Ltd, QR for construction and demolition waste recycling facility. Current lease expires this year, and they've extended requested an extension of 2 years before us today. They have the capability to operate on a closed landfill site, and hold a required development approval and maintains an environmental management system in place. So it does make sense that they could continue to operate here. Council has argued that tendering the short-term lease would impose significant time costs on bidders to meet compliance requirements that we've just talked about, and unlikely to produce a meaningful competition anyway. So market rent to be charged. It is important that this facility continues. God knows we need it with the $127.5 billion infrastructure pipeline and housing crisis we have in this city before us over the next decade. There are less cranes in the sky now than there were 10 years ago. Can you believe that? We're on track to have an accommodation shortfall even after the Lord Mayor backflipped on plans to regulate Airbnbs in the suburbs. We're 2 years behind schedule on the full rollout of the metro expansion business case, not the construction of that, although now it just seems like we're going to be getting makeshift transit lanes with witches' hats up Gympie Road and out through Old Cleveland Road, delivered by the state LNP government. Facilities like this are probably Council's biggest contribution to any Olympic Games legacy work, leasing a council-owned site to a private operator which will work in the construction space, because we're seeing big infrastructure projects now that council would and should be doing winding down, so all of those resources can be pulled towards the Victoria Park stadiums. Works could begin on restoring the Story Bridge, of course, but they certainly won't be finished in time for the Games now. We'd say Brisbane is heading in the wrong direction, Chair, but we're actually going nowhere, stuck in congestion. Clause D is the Stores Board submission for fleet and plant equipment, wet and dry hire. Amazing to think 40 years ago, or 30 years ago, or 20 years ago, we wouldn't be discussing contracts of this size or this scale, because council would have a fleet of equipment that they would use on a day-to-day basis doing day-to-day council work, and we'd have a workforce that could go out into the community and do those day-to-day maintenance projects. They could fill potholes without needing an LNP councillor coming into the chamber and patting themselves on the back for just doing normal, ordinary, basic work. So what we have before us today is a 2-year initial term with options for up to 8 years to hire equipment, so council can hopefully do basic work. Now, compared to last year, it's interesting to note, this quarter that we've just come out of compared to the same quarter last year, ratepayers paid an extra $121 million in rates, fees and charges to council. But like they're paying more. Sounds like they're paying a lot more this year than they were last year. But council doesn't have enough of its own major fleet and plant equipment to do basic work. We've got labour hire coming to do work in council parks that council teams used to do, whether it's bin pickups, barbecue upgrades. Councillor Griffiths, you know about that one. Playground upgrades, Councillor Colley, you know about that. Illegal dumping, Councillor Kim talks a lot about that. Intersection upgrades. Councillor Strunk, you've been living that nightmare for the last decade down there. It takes forever when it comes to the basics under the LNP. Increasingly, ratepayers are asking themselves, are they getting good value for money from the LNP? And increasingly the answer is no. Ratepayers, and there is more of them than ever, and they're paying more than ever in rates, fees and charges to live, work and play in Brisbane, and yet we must still contract out core capabilities needed to build Brisbane's future. Now, the risk assessment table is interesting. Apparently, the supply and demand challenges are low to medium risk. Understatement much?
Councillor Cassidy, your time has expired.
Point of order.
Yeah, point of order.
Chair, I move for an extension.
Second.
It was moved by, extension being moved by Councillor Collier, seconded by Councillor Strong. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. Now, I heard something interesting and quite incredible recently by somebody who had been doing a few RTIs into council's fleet and truck fleet, I guess we could say. And what they turned up, I'm not talking about small trucks that are, not utes and small 4-tonne trucks, but big trucks that you would need for major road resurfacing or major construction jobs. Council owns just one.
One?
Just one truck with trailer. One truck with trailer. Council only owns one. Yeah, no mowers, of course. Now, that's quite incredible. Because if you think back years ago, 10 years ago, 20 years ago, council would own this plant equipment, own the trucks, and employ a large outdoor workforce.
Yep.
And they wouldn't need to go and pull council officers from other parts of council to go and fill potholes as a sort of special activity, because apparently this year it rained for the first time ever in Brisbane, according to the LNP.
Good Lord.
You wouldn't see this, and you wouldn't see lumps of road like this flying up as cars drive over them on Zilmia Road, a road that carries 50,000 cars a day, and those potholes going unfilled. Remember what we used to do back then when we owned that equipment? We actually did work. As a council, we built things, improved communities where those workers lived and where those workers could afford to live. Labor councils built sewers, built libraries, built public infrastructure, even helped neighbouring councils with this equipment in their times of need. Now, what is the legacy of the LNP, of course, now in 2026? 500 less staff in 2 years, and hiring equipment for fewer and fewer jobs. How underwhelming.
Yeah.
Finally, in Clause E, land exchange at 33 Padstow Road, 8 Mile Plains. So the details here, council owns 37 Padstow Road, Conondale Park, and 19 Padstow Road Park, and there's private property in between at 33 Padstow Road between these two parks. The owners are proposing to sell just over 5,200 square metres from the rear of their property to improve the connectivity between the parks. The acquisition is on the bushland acquisition schedule for 21-25, so I guess better late than never, and is intended to consolidate bushland along Bulimba Creek and support habitat restoration in a koala habitat area. So I guess we say it's about time the bushland acquisition program is actually spent on its intended purposes. It is a very small acquisition, but I guess it is still an acquisition which maintains connectivity between koala habitat. So hats off to those council officers for coming up with this land swap before us today, because what we have known from the Bushland Acquisition Fund and the Bushland Preservation Fund and Acquisition Program is that it's been spent on playgrounds, on admin costs, on photocopiers, on fuel and cars, on doing core business of council and maintaining public spaces as opposed to actually purchasing a dwindling bushland. It is rather telling too, I guess, that because this decision was initiated by private members of the community, so despite it having been listed on the Bushland Acquisition Program listing from 21 to 25, this wasn't at the initiation of council, this was at the initiation of a private individual as well. So, congratulations on all your forward thinking, LNP, because there isn't any. Thanks very much.
Further speaker? Councillor Lenders.
Deputy Chair, I rise to speak on item A, 39 Jennings Street, Zilmia. Brisbane is growing and Bracken Ridge Ward is no exception, and every week I hear from residents who are struggling to find a home that is safe, affordable and close to services they rely on. That is why I'm proud to rise today in support of the Shrinner Council's partnership with Housing for Change and what it means for our community in Brisbane's north. The project at 39 Jennings Street, Zilmia, will see surplus council land transformed into 16 new community homes, secure, dignified housing for residents who need stability most. Earlier this year, I had the opportunity to meet with Housing for Change Chair, Kirsty Rourke, to discuss this project, and I came away with a clear sense of the passion and purpose driving her organisation. I'm fully supportive of what Housing for Change is working to achieve, and I want to acknowledge Kirsty and her team, whose focus on women facing housing insecurity is genuinely making a difference on the ground. The project doesn't exist in isolation. It reflects a deliberate and coordinated approach that this council has been driving through Brisbane's Housing Supply Action Plan. We know that community housing is primarily a state and federal responsibility, but we also know that waiting isn't an option, so we are doing what local government can do. Unlocking land, waiving infrastructure charges, fast-tracking planning, and investing in the infrastructure that makes these communities livable. On that note, I want to speak to why Zilmia is exactly the right location for this project. Residents at Jennings Street will have access to frequent bus services and Zilmia train station just moments away. This is not a small thing. For people rebuilding their lives, access to transport is access to employment, to healthcare, to education. It is independence. The Housing Supply Action Plan is clear that well-located housing close to jobs, public transport and services is the cornerstone of our approach. This site delivers on that principle, and we are not stopping at housing. Council's investment in Beams Road is a direct expression of our commitment to getting residents in Brisbane's north home sooner and safer. Better roads mean better connections. Infrastructure and housing go hand in hand. You cannot deliver one without the other. I'm also pleased to note that this partnership covers survey, subdivision and development application costs, practical support that removes real barriers and allows Housing for Change to move from concept to construction faster. Modular construction will further accelerate delivery and 16 families will have a home sooner because of these decisions. Brisbane's Housing Supply Action Plan includes reduced infrastructure charges, dedicated fast-track assessment pathways and a clear commitment to growing up, not out, protecting our suburban character while delivering homes in well-serviced, well-connected locations. The Zilmia project is a live example of all that coming together. There is no single solution to the housing challenge facing our city, but every parcel of underutilised land that becomes a home, every infrastructure charge waived for a community housing provider, every road upgrade that connects a neighbourhood more safely to the rest of Brisbane, that is progress. And I commend this project to the Chamber and I look forward to welcoming those 16 households to Brisbane's north.
Further speaker? Councillor Chongwa.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to also take item D and Sarah Adam for voting purposes as well, please. I rise to speak on E&C Committee Report Clause A regarding the surplus property disposal at 39 Jennings Street, Zilmia. It's good to see this council administration supporting a community housing project by selling land at its commercial valuation. This land is going to have 16 homes built on it for emergency housing. It's desperately needed, and I'll be voting yes to this clause. But we have to be clear-eyed. This is 16 social housing dwellings for a city that needs over 6,000. Let me be clear about the problem. Within the Brisbane City Council area, there are almost 11,500 on the social housing waiting list. I'll repeat that, 11,500, who need roughly 7,000 new public or community housing dwellings. But this doesn't show us how many people are barely scraping by. While this council administration sells some 3,000 square metres of unneeded land for social housing, the average renting household in Brisbane City Council is in rental stress, paying a third of their income in rent. The average pensioner couple pays over half their pension in rent. Tens of thousands of people are just one or two rent rises away from the social housing wait list. The state government isn't building enough public or community housing, like the kind being built at this site being discussed in this report, to keep up with the population growth. Selling 3,000 square metres of land at market rate for 16 social homes, raising height limits and giving developers handout isn't bringing down the cost of housing. Over the last few years, Brisbane has overtaken Melbourne and Canberra to have the second highest house and unit prices on this continent. So, in regards to Clause A, being the sale of land at market rates, this price explosion of Brisbane's land is why so many more public and community homes are needed in many more places than just this site. This price explosion occurred at the same time that the LNP administration gave big developers a tax cut and raised height limits up to 90 stories in Kurilpa TLPI. Developers' handouts don't stop the price rising, they just give developers bigger profits. Many of these developers, and I am of course not referring to Housing for Change, are still land banking and speculating and trickling new luxury units into the market because there's no penalty for speculation without building any homes. To build thousands of public and community homes that can be managed by groups like Housing for Change, the intended buyer of this council land, the Department of Housing or this council's own Brisbane Housing Company, this council needs mandatory inclusionary zoning. This council should condition every new multiple dwelling development in Brisbane with 10 or more dwellings on providing 25% of the dwellings to the Department of Housing or the community housing provider. Mandatory inclusionary zoning would ensure that there will be hundreds of new dwellings like these ones in Zillmere for people all different circumstances. It would give homelessness support groups like micro-projects the dwellings to support people out of homelessness through Housing First programs. And it would ensure genuinely affordable homes for the thousands of people on the social housing wait list or who are struggling to make rent. Housing for Change is doing a really good thing on this site in Zillmere. New emergency housing, close to parks, public transport, a school and a local library. It's a great thing to see. But this council needs to be honest with itself. 16 homes isn't enough. This council needs to require public and community housing in every new build in this city. It's clear that a for-profit housing market is failing ordinary people. We need to build homes for people, not for profit.
Further speaker, Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Deputy Chair. I rise to contribute to item A, our partnership with Housing for Change to increase housing supply on Brisbane's north side by putting surplus council land to better use. Council is progressing a partnership, as we've heard, with Housing for Change to deliver this new social housing at Zillmere. It will see an underused site converted into 16 homes for residents seeking stable and secure accommodation. Around 3,000 square metres of the site will be dedicated to housing. The remaining land will continue to support council operations, including sandbag distribution during our storm season. Housing for Change will lead planning and construction of the project. Council will support the early works, including subdivision, to remove delays and bring delivery forward. The homes will be delivered using modular construction, as we've heard from the Lord Mayor. The method reduces build time and cost, which means housing can become available sooner. The development will include a mix of 1 and 2 bedroom dwellings, all designed to meet Livable Housing Australia Silver Standard. The location has been selected with access in mind. The site sits close to public transport, local shops and essential services. It supports participation in work and community life in Brisbane's north. Brisbane is facing sustained housing pressure. Demand continues to outpace supply. Increasing supply is the most direct way we can ease affordability pressures, and this project adds to that effort in a targeted way, Deputy Chair. While social housing responsibility sits primarily with the state and federal governments, the Schrinner Council is once again stepping up and doing our part to deliver more homes. The partnership adds to our broader network to grow housing supply through planning reform, other incentives and support for community housing projects that happen right across our suburbs in Brisbane. Council has already supported the sector through measures such as infrastructure charge reductions, which help lower project costs and allow more funds to be directed into the actual homes themselves. We've also worked with providers across Brisbane to bring projects forward in well-serviced locations, including a recently completed project in Chermside. The Zilmere project builds on our record. It brings together council, a community housing provider and external funding to deliver outcomes faster. It is a focused, practical response that turns unused land into housing for people who need it the most. Housing for Change has also secured Commonwealth funding for the project, and its mission is to change the way community housing is built and operated. We want Brisbane residents to have access to housing they can afford, Deputy Chair, across all their life stages and circumstances. Projects like this help directly contribute to that goal. And I hope that all councillors will support the proposal and enable more homes to be delivered for those people in need.
Further speaker, Councillor Johnston.
Yes, I rise to speak on all the items, but in reality, probably only item A, because we've only got 5 minutes due to the governance cuts by the LNP. Firstly, I just want to say the idea of council supporting more social housing in this city is a good strategy. It is one we should be pursuing. And I welcome the fact that there will be 16 new homes created, presumably for women in need, but this is the point that I want to make now. The information before us today is completely deficient in terms of being able to make a responsible decision about this matter. Council is asking to overturn our statutory requirements around the disposal of land to allow this. Now, there is zero information in the report or council documentation about Housing for Change. The Housing for Change website has zero information about their financials, their annual reports, their track record when it comes to the delivery of property and housing. And if I am wrong, I will be happily corrected, but I do not believe they have a track record in this space. So this will be a new project for them. I also understand that they are under time pressure with respect to the delivery of the federal government funding, which interestingly, the federal government's bad, but then the federal government's handing over money for this project as well. So the big problem with this is council is wanting to undertake an unusual process, has not provided enough transparent information about this, and we have no guarantees once we sell this land that it will be used for the purpose that is stated right now. Once we sell it, this organisation, which is made up of corporate people, in fact, the chair is the former CEO of the CBIC. This is the information that is available, and this is the only thing that I can go on. And the chair of Housing for Change, this is what is stated in her bio. In her previous role as a Chief Executive Officer of the CBIC, Kirsty oversaw management of Brisbane City Council's $360 million Urban Wealth Fund. Her strategic leadership led to unprecedented financial success for the city. Well, no, and not even for the fund, I would suggest, including record profits over 2 consecutive years and the effective capitalisation of property development opportunities across Brisbane, along with investments in a varied asset portfolio. Now, the responsible thing for Brisbane City Council to do here is to ensure that this land will be used for the purpose of providing affordable housing. And I don't think we are putting the right safeguards in to do that. There would be nothing, because we've not seen the contract, there's no supporting information, there's no information about the deal that's being done here. Once this land is sold to Housing for Change, there will be nothing stopping them selling the land at a future point, and they would sell it for a profit. Now, hopefully they're good people and they won't do that, but there is no guarantee built into this arrangement. In my view, a safer course of action would have been a long-term lease with a provision that council had the first right of recall if the land was no longer used for social housing so that another social housing organisation could do this. I think that the arrangement that council is doing by selling the freehold land here is an extremely short-sighted one that I'm sure everyone has good intentions here, but there is no guarantee being built into the arrangements that we are approving today that the end outcome will be housing in a year's time or 10 years' time for people who desperately need it. That is the objective that we all want here. That's the objective I want. I think we could have done this differently. I don't think we have provided enough information, and I think that we should have done a long-term lease here to provide control and certainty for social housing in the future.
Further speaker, Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. I rise to speak on item B, the lease of land at 1300 Nudgee Road, Nudgee Beach. This facility is located in the Northgate ward and is in close proximity to the Gateway Motorway, the Nudgee Beach Resource Recovery Centre and the Nudgee Golf Course. And as noted earlier, I think this site is acknowledged as a closed landfill site. The applicant, Queensland Recycling, trade as Alex Fraser Group and undertake an important function for the city in recycling demolition materials and other infrastructure-related waste to produce a range of byproducts for reuse, particularly for road construction. The company recycles concrete, brick, rock, asphalt and glass to produce high-quality recycled products to build greener roads, bridges and much more. The environmental benefits of recycling demolition material are clear and obviously significant impacts on carbon usage. They have operated from the site for a number of years, which is well located for their purposes and the type of business they run. And I've had the opportunity to visit the site, and notwithstanding its demolition material recycling facility, it is well structured, well operated, and the operations there are certainly up to modern standards. As an organisation, they are a good supporter and sponsor of local community events. In particular, the Banyo District Community Group's Queensland Day event, where they are a lead sponsor, and they also have an exhibit there that shows the materials that they produce on their site. In addition, they have provided support to the Nudgee Beach Environment Centre and also supported the Nudgee Golf Course with their recent upgrade work, so certainly right in there and working with our community. An extension of their lease will allow them to continue to play an important role in a growing Brisbane and providing the kind of materials they produce for the construction boom that has been mentioned, and I commend this item to the Chamber.
Before we proceed further, can I welcome former Councillor Burke, who's in our public gallery. Further speaker, Councillor Strong.
Thank you, Chair. Listen, I rise to speak on three items here before us. Certainly, the depot or the former depot or the now it is still a depot at Zilmere, and a portion of that's being repurposed for social housing by the Housing for Change company. It's really a good idea to be able to use some of our some of that side of the depot for this purpose, and I sort of commend the Housing for Change for coming up with this idea, and I do share some of the concerns that Councillor Johnson had in regards to the sale as opposed to a long-term lease. But putting that aside, we do have a number of depots or older depots, depots that used to be depots and now vacant sites across the city. Not a lot. I had one in my ward that I was trying to repurpose through the assistance of Councillor Howard. We'd actually come up with a possible use for that, but unfortunately the demolition of that particular depot in Thrush Street occurred before we could lock something down for that old depot, and it's a shame that it's now gone. I often wonder if there's other sites across Brisbane that actually just disappear and we don't even know of them, right? That could have been reused for this particular purpose here. Now, the Thresh Street depot was nowhere near the size or scope of the Zillmere depot, so that couldn't have happened there. But I'm sure there's other areas across Brisbane that we could facilitate some social housing because it is, as others have said, it's so greatly needed at the moment. And because most of the developments that are actually happening in the city at the moment are high-end developments, and they're really not affordable housing, except for people that are pretty well off, right, and have really good high-paying jobs. Moving on to the Clause B, right, and the recycling of building materials and the lease, renewing the lease for this particular company. You know, it's actually a really good business, actually. It does a lot for the environment when you can recycle these materials. There's good money in it as well. As I said last week during a debate, that there's probably not about 95% of all building materials can be recycled. And so it's quite profitable for the company that actually does it, but it's also something that we should be looking at as a Brisbane City Council, right? Doing some of our own recycling for materials that we actually pay people to actually go out and retrieve on our behalf, and then we give to recycling companies. So, I mean, we're giving away our own materials that we could actually recycle ourselves and make some money for the ratepayers of the city. CBIC would be, you know, I would suggest CBIC should have a look at FOGO, building recycling materials as well, because there's money to be made in recyclables. And every year it gets more and more important that we actually do this work, right? Because, you know, the impact on the environment and other things too is something that we should always be looking at to improve what we do in this space. And then finally, sorry, I'm just picking up on the final one. Yes, the fleet plant equipment wet and dry hire. Listen, I can't say any more than what Councillor Cassidy said in this space, but I just want to point out something that we used to do 20 and 30 years ago. And I remember, and I wasn't obviously working for council at the time, but former Councillor Les Bryant was very proud, along with the Sorley administration, who used to be able to make that plant equipment available to smaller councils and shires, right, that weren't able to afford their own equipment, or maybe even not be able to even hire the equipment because of where they were located. And
Councillor
they used
Strong,
to send that
your
equipment
time has
out.
expired.
So I think it was sad that that's not...
Councillor Strong, your time has expired. Further speaker, Councillor Davis.
Point of order.
Yes, point of order. Councillor Johnston.
Thank you. Yes, could I ask E is taken seriatim for voting purposes, please?
Sorry?
Could I ask that E is taken seriatim for voting purposes?
Sure. Noted.
Thank you.
No, Councillor Davis.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair, and I rise to speak on items B and E as they relate to the Environment, Parks and Sustainability portfolio. Deputy Chair, item B concerns the lease of land at 1300 Nudgee Road, Nudgee Beach, and I just want to take a moment to step back from the lease mechanics to, like others, speak about what actually is happening at the site, because it is a genuine recycling success story that does deliver real benefits to the city. Construction and demolition waste, the concrete, masonry, asphalt, brick and fill generated by building sites and infrastructure works across Brisbane is one of the largest recoverable waste streams in any growing urban centre. Brisbane is a city building at pace, and without facilities like this one, that material can end up in landfill. What happens at 1300 Nudgee Road is essentially the opposite. Materials arriving from construction sites across southeast Queensland are received, processed and sorted. Concrete and brick are crushed into recycled aggregate. Asphalt millings are recovered and reprocessed, and what comes out the other end is a suite of high specification recycled construction products, road base, drainage aggregate and recycled content asphalt, ready to go straight back to work in road construction and civil projects across the city. The environmental gains are significant and independently verified. A Royal Melbourne Institute of Technology life cycle analysis confirmed that using recycled construction materials of this kind can reduce a project's carbon footprint by up to 65% compared with virgin material alternatives. The Nudgee Beach site operates under sophisticated environmental management systems and holds biosecurity instrument permits, ensuring compliance with the Queensland Government fire ant legislation. Deputy Chair, this is a good use of a former landfill, in turn diverting further waste from going into other landfill sites around southeast Queensland. Our focus continues to be on avoiding the former state Labor government's bin tax, with our 150,000 new green bins seeing a 25% increase in green waste being collected and diverted from landfill and hard waste recycling across the city, like at our own Pine Mountain depot. It all helps in this mission. Deputy Chair, turning to item E, the land exchange at 33 Padstow Road in 8 Mile Plains. This transaction delivers lasting environmental outcomes for Brisbane, along with resolving a long-standing encroachment that was on the site. The property at 33 Padstow Road is a residential block operating a home-based business. Access was historically achieved via a narrow strip of council-owned land joining 37 Padstow Road, and the proposal would see council acquire more than 5,200 square metres of vacant land at the rear of the property at a very good price. In exchange, the property owner receives full ownership of the existing access easement, with the value of that easement appropriately offset against the total acquisition cost to council. It is a very sensible and practical outcome for both parties. The key question in assessing the proposal was whether the land council stands to acquire outweighed the strategic operational value of the existing easement, and the answer is unequivocally yes. Council records suggest that the driveway easement may date back to the 1980s or even earlier, when it likely provided one of the only accesses into Conondale Park. And since then, the redevelopment of adjacent farmland has fundamentally changed the local access network. So council now benefits from multiple entry points further south by Mothar Street, Melbourne Street and Kentland Street, closer to the playground and the core park facilities. So the easement is no longer serving a functional purpose for council. I too want to acknowledge the bushland acquisition team who first identified this land at 33 Padstow Road as a priority site. As you know, Deputy Chair, the bushland acquisition program is a voluntary one. We don't compulsorily acquire that land, and so when the owners indicated that they wished to sell the land, we were quick to jump on board and work out an arrangement with them. So the acquisition will extend the Bulimba Creek corridor, it will strengthen koala habitat and further cement Brisbane's reputation as Australia's most biodiverse capital city, and I commend both items to the chamber. Thank you.
Point of order, Chair.
Yeah, point of order, Councillor Dixon.
Deputy Chair, I move that the meeting now adjourn for a period of 15 minutes, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Dixon, seconded by Councillor Edelman, that the meeting adjourn for a period of 15 minutes, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Enjoy afternoon tea.
Further speakers? Councillor Toomey.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I rise to also speak on items B and D before Council today. And they are the contracting plan for the fleet wet and dry equipment and the proposed lease of 1300 Nudgee Road, Nudgee Beach. Firstly, on item D, I've always been curious about the origin of the terms wet plant and dry plant. These are traditional industry terms that go back to the early equipment supply practices. When machinery was supplied wet, it came fully serviced. It was full of fuel, lubricant, and it came with an operator. When supplied dry, it was being prepared for shipping, so it came without fuel or labour, leaving the operator to do the preparation work by the hirer. These terms have endured because they clearly describe two distinct service models that continue to shape how major works are delivered today. With that in mind, the Shrina Council delivers a wide range of construction, maintenance and operational services across our great city. These services rely on major plant, trucks and specialised equipment to keep Brisbane functioning and moving. However, demand for these resources is not always constant. It fluctuates due to project schedules, seasonal peaks, emergency responses and reactive works. While Council maintains a core fleet, it is neither practical nor cost-effective to own every piece of equipment required to meet these challenging demands. Some machinery is highly specialised. It's only needed during peak periods. Purchasing and maintaining such equipment year-round would result in unnecessary capital being spent on maintenance costs. This is why external wet and dry hire arrangements are so important to us. Wet hire, where the equipment comes with a fully qualified operator, forms the majority of our contracting plan. It ensures Council has immediate access not only to the right machinery, but also to skilled operators who can perform the work efficiently and safely. Dry hire complements this by allowing Council to use its own workforce where appropriate, together with these models provide a flexibility to the scale resources up and down as we require them. This resource delivers clear benefits for ratepayers. It ensures Council only accesses equipment when it's needed, avoiding expenditure and underutilising assets. It also enhances responsiveness, particularly during storms, infrastructure maintenance or urgent community needs, where additional resources can be mobilised very, very quickly. Importantly, this contracting plan also supports our local economy. Its structure allows both large contractors and specialised suppliers to participate, ensuring we draw on a broad capacity as well as niche experiences. Ultimately, this is a practical and financially responsible approach that helps deliver high-quality services while keeping costs down and maintaining a clean, safe and well-managed city. Now, turning to item B, the site at 1300 Nudgee Road. Madam Chair, as we've heard before, it is a closed landfill site that has been used for many years and leased by Queensland Recycling Proprietary Limited as a construction and demolition waste facility. This facility plays an important role in Brisbane. Materials such as concrete, brick, timber are processed and turned into reusable products, reducing the volume of waste sent to landfill and supporting more sustainable building practices. Queensland Recycling's current lease expires on the 20th of October 2026, and they have requested a 2-year extension. They have demonstrated a strong track record of managing this complex site responsibly. They hold all the appropriate approvals, comply with environmental requirements, and have extensive experience operating on a closed landfill. Council officers have appropriately considered whether to take this lease to open tender. However, any new operator would face significant time, costs and regulatory hurdles to meet the same standards. Realistically, this would limit competition and create unnecessary delay and expense without delivering a better outcome for our residents. Therefore, the most sensible
Councillor
option
Toomey, your
is...
time has expired. Further
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Councillor Griffiths.
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair, and I rise to speak on item A and item E of the report. I'll start with the surplus disposal of land at Zilmia. I have, of course, always supportive of what we can do in terms of social and affordable housing across the city. One thing I note is that, once again, the Lord Mayor is in the chamber. I made a council meeting where the Lord Mayor is in the chamber. But when the Lord Mayor was in the chamber, he said, we aim for higher things. Yes, you do, Lord Mayor. You aim for better outcomes for developers. And what I feel here is that we're getting rid of one of our depots. We used to have 500 more staff than what we actually have now. So the reason we can get rid of our depots is because the Lord Mayor's got rid of 500 staff. Cut them. They're gone. They're not out there in the workforce anymore. So of course we have space to offer a community group for housing. Good thing. Not against it. But what about the staff that we should be having? What about the depots we need to service the city? What about actually what we're doing with regional offices? We're closing the Valley, we're closing South Regional Office, and we're moving them all into the city. Once again, this is about reducing services for the community, and it's about reducing our staff in the suburbs. So what we have is this smoke and mirrors effect. Look at what we're doing. We're giving away a depot. We're selling a depot for a price, and we're going to build these affordable, or they're going to build these affordable homes. But let's not talk about the main game here, which is we've got rid of 500 staff. We've cut our workforce by 500 people. And you won't hear one LNP councillor say that, but that's what's happening out there. Certainly, I would have thought, and like I've been waiting a long time in this chamber, and the Lord Mayor, waiting for him to have a vision, waiting for him to be able to speak with passion about what he stands for in terms of affordable and social housing, and that never happens. And for the most powerful man in the city, you'd think he'd be lobbying and speaking to state and federal members about what they could do for affordable housing, affordable and social housing, and he isn't. He's not doing any of those things. We bring this along. It's 16 homes. It's a good outcome. Not-for-profit sector. That's great. But in terms of vision, in terms of where we're going as a council, blah, nothing. Nothing. And it's the same with the bushland levy too. I call it the bushland con almost, because it's the biggest con, I think, perpetrated on residents. Yes, we're doing some swap for some land, doing a swap. This council collects $21 million a year in bushland levy. $21 million a year. We spend less than a quarter of that on buying bushland. We haven't met our targets. We are approving all over the city demolition of koala habitat. Bridgeman Downs through to Durack, we're approving demolition of bushland habitat. In fact, I met with a group at Durack just the other week. So it is one of the biggest cons on the residents of Brisbane, the bushland levy that they're paying. And it's an even bigger con by the Lord Mayor to say, we're going up, not out. You're going up, Lord Mayor, yeah, you're going up for the developers, but you're going out as well. They're getting both. Residents getting conned at both levels. So I really remain concerned that we're not doing enough with this bushland levy. I remain concerned that we're not leading the way. And I remain concerned that when residents actually find out what is going on, they're shocked by this council and this mayor. I think we should be doing so much better than what we're doing now. We should be actually saying, and what we do should match up for our residents and for what we deliver. And that is not happening under this mayor and under this LNP administration.
Further speakers? Councillor Murphy.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I rise to speak to the significant contracting plan for fleet plant equipment, wet and dry hire. This is a very straightforward but important piece of business for us today. We are, of course, going to market to establish a new panel arrangement for major plant, trucks and specialised equipment to renew the arrangement which expires on the 31st of December this year. So we'll need a replacement in place and ready to go from the 1st of January next year. Before I go into detail, let me put this into context because the numbers tell a story, and I have been building this story, as you know, Madam Chair, over the last few weeks. Our construction outlook, we have talked about it. The construction industry is one of the engines of the national economy. It's about 8% of GDP, but right now this engine is running extremely hot, and it will only continue to get worse as we move towards the Games in 2032. Forecasters at Global Data expect the industry to grow at an average rate of 3.3% from 2026 through to 2029, but after that it will grow very significantly, likely upwards of 8% annually. So Queensland Major Contractors Association, as I've mentioned, has put the 5-year infrastructure pipeline for the state at $127 billion. That is the environment in which this contract will operate. So what are we procuring with this contract? Well, as we know, we do construction, we do maintenance, we do operational services every single day across roads, drains, bridges, bikeways, parks and public spaces. And some of that work we do with our own fleet, but demand fluctuates. And I take the interjection from those opposite, one truck. And we remember Councillor Cassidy's contribution that he made just over an hour ago in this place where he said council owned one truck. I thought, that sounds completely made up. And guess what? It is. Yeah. It's made up. So we own 1,324 vehicles. 403 passenger vehicles, 522 utes and vans, 399 trucks, over 2,977 pieces of minor plant, 361 pieces of major plant, 278 trailers and 24 others. Madam Chair, so we have a lot of plant. We own a lot of plant. And yeah, well, that's great. Well, come in, spinner, Councillor Cassidy. Why do you hire so much? So, okay. Demand fluctuates, would you believe? We have project schedules, we have peak periods, we have reactive work after storms, we have the big fill, Madam Chair, the big fill. It's not practical and it's not cost effective to own every piece of equipment that we might ever need. So that is where wet hire and dry hire comes in. Wet hire means you get the machine. Okay, Madam Chair,
yeah, Councillor Murphy, if you'd like to touch the microphone, you can,
on this item.
And ask the chamber to be quiet, please. Thank you.
They're welcome to make a speech. Let's just hope the numbers in it are accurate. Madam Chair, dry hire means that you get the machine and you supply the operator yourself. Together, these arrangements give council the flexibility to scale up when we need to, but then scale back when we don't. And we know that council projects can be peaky. We will spend a lot of time designing a project and then we'll get into construction and we will need a lot more. Sometimes we outsource the construction of these projects, which means the equipment will be provided through a third-party provider that will do that. But sometimes we will insource, as we did with the Viol Place to Schneider Road bikeway, where actually City Standards delivered that bikeway project. So we would hire trucks for that discrete piece of work so that we wouldn't be taking trucks from our asphalt and aggregates program where we're resurfacing Brisbane streets. So, I mean, this is all pretty logical. And if you were in council for a few years, and particularly if you were the leader of the opposition, you would think you would understand this, because they often come in here and try and tell us that they know our business better than we know our business, but then they say we've got one truck. So, yeah. Major plant that we wet hire includes excavators, skid steers, backhoes, dozers, front-end loaders, graders and cranes, and the trucks that we'll wet hire would be tilt trays, low loaders, tippers and asphalt paver ready trucks. This also includes specialised excavators, lifts, concrete pumping trucks, chippers and even grinders, Madam Chair. Dryer hire for plants and trucks when needed. Thanks very much, Councillor Wines. I'm not taking that interjection from you, Councillor
And
Wines.
Councillor Murphy, your time
Thank
has
you, Madam
actually
Chair.
expired. Further speakers, Councillor Collier.
Thanks very much, Chair. I just want to speak mostly on item A today. You remarked earlier, Chair, that this was the result of a deliberate and coordinated approach. And I think it is telling that a deliberate and a coordinated approach from the LNP results in just 16 new homes, emergency accommodation, so these aren't people's forever homes, for vulnerable women and children, and to stand in this place and go, that's great, that is enough, we are doing absolutely as much as we can. I was reflecting on this earlier and thinking, this is probably only, I think, the second time an item like this has come to Council in the last 2 to 3 years. And so if this is all this deliberate and coordinated approach, we know it doesn't even get close to meeting the need. We know through all of our engagement on this side of the chamber, because we actually go and speak to community providers who are at the front line addressing the housing, homelessness and domestic and family violence crises that we are facing in this city. We know through speaking to these service providers that emergency accommodation is hard to come by. And in fact, so many people who are in vulnerable situations, who are residents of this city, do not have a place to go. And so for the LNP to come in here and say that 16 homes is great and it's enough and it's coordinated and it's deliberate, well, that tells you everything you need to know about the LNP, because they are proud. They are proud to stand in this place and talk about what a go slow it is under their 20 years of administration. The people of Brisbane deserve so much better from the representatives here in Brisbane City Council in this place. They are so desperate, so very desperate to congratulate themselves to mask years and years, over 2 decades of inaction on doing anything to address housing supply issues in this city. And it is endemic of their approach to how they respond to the community. We've heard today about residents who have had their children injured in car crashes, and the Lord Mayor's response talks about responding to a petition over a year later, as if that's good enough, as if that is good enough. So to see the LNP come into this place and say, okay, we are going to deliver in coordination with community housing providers just 16 units of emergency accommodation for vulnerable women and children, it is just not good enough. So much more needs to happen. And we know that the LNP have been dragged to this place because of demands from this side of the chamber. It was Labor councillors who first said we need to bring in infrastructure charges discounts to community housing providers to enable them to build these sorts of things. So I also don't disagree with what Councillor Johnston has raised earlier. There are valid points to be made. But ultimately, on the balance, I do think this is a much better outcome, because usually what we would see from this LNP administration, which we have seen time and time again when it comes to council land, the LNP will just sell it off. They'll sell it off to the highest bidder. They will sell it off to their property developer mates to make a profit, to mask what they haven't done and what their priorities are. We know that the LNP love spending ratepayers' money on going on overseas trips. We know the LNP love to spend millions of dollars of ratepayers' money advertising themselves through their letterboxes, through advertising on radio. These are the priorities of the LNP Council. So it's all well and good for councillors from the administration to come into this place today and say, this is so great. Yes. But when you look at the big picture, you can see. And I am not at all surprised. May is the month of domestic and family violence prevention. Yep. This is an incredibly significant month, and so this is timely, this is important. But I will reflect on comments made by LNP councillors just today. They believe, and they said today, that domestic and family violence, our response as Brisbane City Council should only be responsive and not proactive. Shame on you. Shame on you, LNP councillors. I think you should all take a moment to reflect that there are members in your party who think that the only way to address domestic and family violence is by waiting for women to die.
Councillor Collier, your time has expired. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Huang.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I start, can I ask item A to be taken separate for seriatim for voting purpose? Yes, Madam Chair, I rise to speak on item E of the E&C report on the exchange of land on 33 Pedestal Road, Emerald Plains. Can I first start by congratulating Brisbane City Council and also the local residents, because to me, it's a win. Normally we talk about win-win, but this is a win and a big win. It's a win for the local resident because there's a legacy issue of access through this easement, which resulted in an encroachment into the council property. And but the reason I'm saying it's a big win because it is a big win for our environment. Because through this exchange, council acquired more than 5,000 square meters of the bushland properties, which is significant for our ecological system. And can I say, as the local councillor for the area, when I did a bit of research, 5,000 square meters of land in Emerald Plains, if it is on the lower end of the price, it will cost no less than $2 million. Wow. And on the higher end, it's going to cost $6 million. Wow. And if you look into this report, you'll know what's the, you'll know the figure of the exchange of the land, which we were able to keep this significant ecological land at a very, 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 very reasonable price. So congratulations to the council, and it's a big win, of course, to the residents who need access for their property. But for the people of Brisbane, we have managed to secure more than 5,000 square meters of land, which has significant ecological value. So yeah, so I'd like to say, it's a win-win which solves the legacy issue and protected the environment. And of course, we hear from the opposition councillors talk about, council should be proactively, buying the land. If we do proactively buying the land, we are looking at spending $2 to $6 million. And can I say we effectively, through the right process, we have saved that, somewhere between $2 to $6 million, which can be spent somewhere else. So I think it's worth the wait to make this, happen this way. So once again, congratulations, and it is a big win for all of us.
Further speakers? No further speakers? Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to all councillors who participated. Look, we see a trend happening week in, week out here, where opposition councillors get themselves really worked up over complete mistruths, like stuff that they've made up, and then they get worked up about the stuff that they've made up, like the one truck example. And we saw Councillor Kim this morning saying that on the 3rd of February I was in Los Angeles. You know where I was on the 3rd of February? Actually, I was in question time answering the Labor Party's questions here in this building on the 3rd of February. And before that, I was opening a new section of Riverwalk in the city. And then I was in studio with Craig and Loretta that morning. All of these things are publicly verifiable.
1 moment, please, Lord Mayor. Point of order, Councillor Kim.
I claim to be misrepresented.
Of course she is.
Just 1 moment.
Now he's talking.
Yeah.
Yeah, Councillor Cassidy did. I'll note your claim, though, Councillor Kim. Lord Mayor.
And of course, we can't forget that when the Labor Party organised their fake protest on the Story Bridge tolls with young Labor members in the gallery pretending to be residents, and then they were caught out, lied blatantly to the camera. And so they don't tell the truth. They just don't tell the truth. We're absolutely happy to be judged on our actual record, not on the fabricated record and mistruths that the Labor councillors talk about. Now, we've heard repeatedly said today that we've said, apparently, this is what the claim is, that we've apparently said that we're happy with 16 homes and nothing else should be done. Yeah. No one said that. No one said that. And I encourage Labor councillors to review the records and find out where anyone actually said that, because no one said that. But what we what we have talked about repeatedly are all the different things that we're doing across many different programs. But we're really proud of the social homes that have been delivered by Brisbane Housing Company, which we jointly own. It is a joint company established between the Brisbane City Council and the state to deliver social and affordable housing, and they have delivered more than 2,000 homes so far and housed 7,500 or more people. They have another 1,500 homes in the pipeline, including projects that were recently completed. ARC down in Stones Corner, 82 social and affordable homes. The Kerwin at Chermside, 92 social and affordable homes. The Ethel Residences at Chermside, 34 homes delivered. Under construction in Yeronga, Woolloongabba, Coopers Plains, Banyo, and they're all part of the 1,500 social and affordable homes being delivered. And you know why Brisbane Housing Company is able to do this? Because they're helping the federal Labor government meet its housing targets and commitments. And in fact, the federal Labor government is obviously going to fall very short of their targets, but thank goodness for the Brisbane Housing Company, jointly owned by Brisbane City Council, that's actually helping them deliver on their targets, or at least deliver part of the way to their targets. This is clearly something that we should all be proud of, because this council has been a key player when it comes to delivering social and affordable housing. And it is very much the remit of the federal and state government, but we do our part. We've also contributed more than $3 million in waived infrastructure charges. We put ongoing money into Pathways Out of Homelessness that has supported 6,000 people to date, and we continue to support that. We're recently once again hosting Homeless Connect, which supported hundreds of people. And there are so many programs that we deliver to support people and support the community. But where it really gets interesting is that if you listen to Labor and the Greens, that the entire housing crisis or shortage will be solved with social and affordable housing. And the reality is that we need every kind of housing. And the Labor Party blocks every kind of housing. They block housing, and you know what? They've tried to convince us that they've changed their ways in recent times, but just a matter of a couple of meetings ago, they were blocking new homes in Wynnum. They were blocking new homes in Wynnum. They failed to support new homes in Wynnum.
Lord Mayor.
Just claim to be misrepresented.
Councillor Griffiths. Yeah, it's a broad claim. It's not about you, Councillor Griffiths, so I don't uphold that.
I'm a Labor councillor.
Lord Mayor.
I'm a Labor councillor and I have spoken, Madam Chair.
No, Councillor, he's not directly misquoting your speech. Lord Mayor.
But I did recently, Madam Chair.
Do not call out. Lord Mayor.
I did recently, however, congratulate Councillor Griffiths for some good work he did in identifying a problem which we were able to fix. And I want to congratulate Councillor Griffiths for being the one councillor over there that supports pickleball, because we know he's signed off on a pickleball facility in his ward, despite the fact that opposition councillors are actively campaigning against pickleball. Steve Griffiths, keep up the good work. It's amazing what you can do when you support things rather than oppose things. We're determined to support more housing. We're determined to make sure that more housing of all kinds is built, and it would be nice to have the support of all councillors to make sure that there are more homes in the right places. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And sorry, Councillor Kim, I actually did check, and you haven't actually spoken during this. And the previous address to your point of misrepresentation still stands. So no. We're now going to put these items to the vote. Item A, all those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. That is carried. Division.
Seconded.
Yep. Division seconded. Called by Councillor Dixon, seconded by Councillor Adaman. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 24 in favour.
That is carried. We'll now put item B to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. We'll now put item D to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Collier and seconded by Councillor Kim. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 18 in favour and 6 abstentions.
That is carried. We'll now put item E to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. No. The ayes have it. That is carried. Division called by Councillor Johnston and seconded by Councillor Chongwa. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 24 in favour and 1 against.
That is carried. Councillors, resume your seats. Lord Mayor, item C.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Item C is the annual operational plan, progress and quarterly financial report for the period ended March 2026 and also for the 2025-26 budget end-of-year review. Now, in terms of the context of these financial reports, it's important to understand and to remind everyone exactly what we promised to the people of Brisbane before the last election. Because unlike the federal Labor government, who is quite happy to promise 50 times something and then break it immediately after the election, we keep our promises, we take our word very seriously, and we deliver on our promises. And so we made several promises that are related when it comes to financial management. The first promise we made was that we would keep spending under control and only spend what we can afford to spend. That was a promise. We made that promise. And Labor campaigned against that promise. They said, we're going to spend $3.5 billion. We don't know how we're going to pay for it. You'll pay for it later. You'll get the bill later. But we said, no, we're only going to spend what we can afford. We're going to keep spending under control. Our second promise is that we would continue to run balanced budgets. I'll never forget the day when Councillor Cassidy said it was really weird that we were so obsessed with balanced budgets. And I guess, you know, it's just the Labor way. They think it's weird. This is a promise that we take seriously and we continue to keep. The third promise, which relies on both of the Promise 1 and Promise 2, so the first two promises, is that we would continue to ensure that Brisbane residents pay less than other residents in South East Queensland by having the cheapest rates in South East Queensland. So those three promises: we'll keep spending under control, we'll continue to run balanced budgets, and we'll continue to provide the lowest and cheapest rates in South East Queensland. And so in that context, I can say this budget, we're in budget update, shows that we're continuing to deliver on those promises. We are only spending what we can afford, we're keeping the budget balanced, and we continue to offer, on average, residents in Brisbane are paying $450 per year less than residents in other council areas around us. And in fact, if you take our comparison with the most expensive council in South East Queensland, Brisbane residents are paying $700 less per year than the residents in the most expensive council. And so Brisbane residents pay less and they get more. And this review shows that we're continuing to deliver more while keeping the budget balanced, while keeping spending under control, and while maintaining the cheapest rates in South East Queensland. We maintain a strong financial position, continuing to build financial strength and capacity for future investment. And our end-of-year review also confirms that we're keeping these costs down. We, as I said, have maintained an operating surplus to buffer against unexpected cost increases, and those unexpected cost increases continue to come. And in the past, it's been floods, it's been inflationary impacts, now we've got fuel price impacts, cyclones, all kinds of natural disasters, the COVID pandemic. There was always something unexpected coming, which is why we run a balanced budget with a surplus. We've reduced our spending by $51 million compared to the budget, and having said that, we're still delivering $1.6 billion in providing services and materials to deliver our 80% Suburbs First guarantee. Capital investment across Brisbane continues to keep Brisbane moving, with $579.6 million forecast to be delivered this year. Net debt is also stable and on a downward trajectory. And once again, this is about strengthening Council's ability to respond to future challenges and invest in services and projects in the future. We only use long-term borrowings for funding long-term infrastructure projects. And so that is why we're reducing our debt for now, because we know that there will be further infrastructure projects to invest in the coming years, and we're making sure there's headroom for that and capacity for that. Financial highlights detailed in the report support our continued investment to delivering better services across Brisbane's suburbs, including, and not limited to, the highest daily record of potholes being filled. And so far this financial year, there have been more than 47,000 potholes filled across the city. And so it's been interesting for some people who have said, oh, why have you only just started filling potholes? Well, we've already done 47,000 before the big fill, And so this is ongoing work that we continue to do, but we're taking it to the next level, and I want to thank Councillor Murphy and his team for the work they've done. But where this budget is delivering is more public transport services. 1.4 million more service kilometres for our public transport, including Brisbane Metro and the new bus network, have been delivered. 61,700 more kitty cat services, doubling the amount of services delivered compared to the previous period. More than 75,000 extra tonnes of asphalt have been laid. And we're getting incredible performance out of our asphalt and aggregates team. They're doing an amazing job, doing great resurfacing, including resurfacing of Ipswich Road, large sections, hundreds of metres of Ipswich Road, which is making a real difference, and which is just part of the citywide resurfacing program, which from memory is around $90 million of investment. There's also 56 more hectares of land rehabilitated through our environmental offsets program. Tree planting. Who would have thought? 65 more hectares, despite the Greens' claim that somehow this is not happening. It's happening, and it's gearing up. So we're delivering more transport, more road resurfacing, more green space and habitat. We're delivering more for the suburbs, and we're doing so with a balanced budget and keeping rates low. Since the budget was handed down on June the 18th last year, there have been a lot of changes. And I'm talking about changes to the economic environment that we're in. Inflation has accelerated. In fact, it's more than doubled. The national inflation, or almost doubled, from 2.4% at the time of our budget coming down. It's now up to 4.6%, and it's headed towards 5%. That's because of Labor's economic mismanagement. Gross mismanagement.
One moment, Lord Mayor. Councillor Griffiths, I caution you, stop calling out. Lord Mayor.
Because the government keeps spending. They're not spending a lot in Brisbane, but they're spending a lot in places like Melbourne, and they have been warned repeatedly by the RBA, the Reserve Bank of Australia, to bring down their spending. And they brought it down in Brisbane, but just not anywhere else. And so it's an outrage, but we'll keep fighting.
Point of order.
One moment, please, Lord Mayor. Councillor Collier.
Chair, I just wanted to point out that for the second week in a row, you have warned Councillor Griffiths when it was Councillor Strunk who actually called out for the second week in a row. You've made that mistake. So I just want to point out they are actually different people.
Thank you, Councillor Collier. Yeah. So easy to make when you're all talking and doing that. So, sure, Councillor Strunk, he's cautioned twice. Thank you. Lord Mayor.
I think everyone likes Strunky. Everyone likes Strunky. So inflation is up. The government spending continues to go up, except for Brisbane. Interest rates are continuing to rise as well, putting more pressure on people. And construction costs and transportation costs have continued to climb. And they're up between 10 and 20% just in the last 12 months or less. And so there's a lot of financial pressure coming on. And so to deliver the results that have been delivered under difficult and challenging financial circumstances, I want to thank the team right across council, because it has been a team effort to make sure we keep spending under control, keep the balanced budget, and also deliver in the suburbs of Brisbane where it is so important. And as you can see from this, more is being delivered, but residents in Brisbane are paying less than other councils. And it's also important to point out that in those councils where people are paying more to their council, they don't get things like new bridges, they don't get things like metros, they don't get things like public transport services that are supported by the council. They get little or no council investment despite paying more in those kind of things. And so Brisbane residents genuinely do get more and pay less. And that's the way we are determined to keep it, because we're serious about the promises we made. We're going to keep those financial promises. And, you know, one day, hopefully opposition councillors will realise that people do actually appreciate responsible financial management. They do appreciate spending restraint in times of cost pressures like now. They do appreciate balanced budgets, because People in their own households and their own businesses have to balance their budget. They know what it's all about. They understand this, and it's a shame that the Labor and Greens councillors don't.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And just before we go any further, I didn't want to interrupt you yet again, Lord Mayor. Can we all please refer to councillors by their correct name? Councillor Cassidy.
Yes. So not a piece of SHIT or a groin rub, but they're titles. Got that, yep. I'll talk on item C.
Oh.
Popping off again. The operational plan and progress and quarterly report before us today. And what's interesting is that the Lord Mayor spent a lot of time talking about the last election, but didn't spend a lot of time talking about what's in this year's budget and the decisions that his LNP regime are making here today, or I guess the update they're giving us on the decisions they're making behind closed doors. Really interesting contribution just there, and an interesting contribution from the Deputy Mayor on radio this morning. There were a few simple questions were put about this document and about the upcoming budget development process. So questions like, how much have you saved this year if you're claiming you've saved all this money for the people of Brisbane? And the Deputy Mayor said, who knows? What will the rates rise be? Who knows, was the answer. Will there be a rates rise? Will there be a rates rise? Who knows? This is the Chair of the Finance Committee, who's apparently working hand in glove with the Lord Mayor to keep us on track, apparently, and to develop the upcoming budget. And it's a bit concerning when we hear those answers. Now, Lord Mayor also made this strange claim that he sort of phrased it as a question just now and asked, are we still delivering $1.6 billion for local projects and services? Well, the answer is no. The answer is no, and it's in the papers before us today. Because at this point in the financial year, they're down $150 million in the materials and services budget where they were at this point last year, which leaves for 3 months. The last 3 months of this financial year, we are led to believe by this Lord Mayor and his hapless finance chair that they're going to spend $650 million on local projects and council services in 3 months to keep us on track, just like a family keeps their budget on track, hey? How ridiculous. I actually think the Lord Mayor might believe the words that come out of his own mouth these days. I think he probably genuinely actually believes them. But something else that's very interesting. We've heard internally in council that the budget development process is looking to pin a rates rise around inflation. Now, the Lord Mayor just let slip there that Brisbane's inflation is 4.6 to 5%. A little, maybe a Freudian slip, I suspect maybe that's the rates rise that they are considering in this year's budget. But what we've also heard is that fees and charges are looking to go up somewhere between 10 and 20% on top of what those increases we've seen over the last couple of years of 10% a year and 10% a year and 10% a year. So there's going to be some budget pain come the way of Brisbane residents when we see the Lord Mayor deliver his budget in a few weeks. But what we've got in here is really bad news that's going to hamstring not just how council's able to operate over the next couple of years and potentially the next decade, given the state government has come down heavy on the Lord Mayor and said you're not going to be getting anything and you're really not to be doing any infrastructure projects because they need all of that workforce for the stadiums in Victoria Park. But what this latest and final quarterly report we will get here before the budget shows us, in black and white, is that this is a terrible indictment on 2 decades of decline under this LNP regime. Now, people aren't just imagining it. It's not just anecdotes. This update reveals why Brisbane is feeling under strain. More good money extracted from hard-working ratepayers and residents in Brisbane chasing bad waste and an irresponsible LNP regime. Now, incredibly, the people of Brisbane have paid $121 million more to council in rates, fees and charges in the last year than they did the year before, according to this report. $121 million more this Lord Mayor and his LNP regime have charged the people of Brisbane. Not just ratepayers, but people who live here and pay fees and charges to council as well. So whether you're registering your dog, burying a loved one, building a home, or even parking your car in Brisbane, the Lord Mayor is earning more off you every day than ever before. By the day, it's getting more expensive than ever to live, work, play and die in Brisbane. So with this LNP regime taking $121 million extra, I guess the question to the people of Brisbane is, do you feel like you're getting $121 million more from council over the last year? Even a cursory glance online where people speak a bit more freely under anonymity, you can see that they don't. Here's one quote. My partner is going on maternity leave soon. We had to move so far away to buy that she can't realistically go back to her job. We can probably only cop a 2% rate rise in the short term before we are effed. The move out further means we have no family, friends or community around us for support. We're bunkering down and stockpiling whatever we can while we can still afford it. The next one. I've learned to live without haircuts, Netflix, clothes and shoes. I avoid going to the doctor, even when getting callbacks to come in. I've lost 8 kilos in the last 12 months from a lack of food. I work admin 40 hours a week. I have no debts. I live pay to pay. Another one, teacher here. The amount of food we give out to students daily is increasing. These kids legit, they take a carrot if that's all we have. They eat anything we offer. It's not great when a student's behaviour is due to hunger. I and others work to bring stuff in and I get friends to donate stuff so students get food. Another one, personally working 3 casual jobs that still somehow pay me more than my old full-time store manager job, and yet you need more income versus back then now just to survive. So currently looking for a 4th weekend job to boost it, so overall not great. Now, I'm not suggesting for 1 minute that this review or the next council budget is supposed to solve all these issues, but we are supposed to be leading by example. Apparently, that's what the Deputy Mayor said this morning, and that's what the Lord Mayor's just said now. We're supposed to be leading by example through these budgets and managing ratepayers' money in a responsible manner. So they would expect to see their money spent on what matters to them, on what matters in making our communities livable in a time of unprecedented growth. And what we're seeing before us here today is anything but that. On materials and services that the Lord Mayor referenced, as I said, $150 million less has been spent than this time last year on basic services, on filling potholes, on resurfacing roads, on cleaning out drains, on mowing parks, on fixing playgrounds, on replacing playgrounds that have been shut down and removed altogether. And as I said, that leaves then, if we're to believe the Lord Mayor, if we're to believe what he says, and he says he keeps all his promises, all of the promises he made in June last year, handing down his budget, he promised to do all of these things. So if we're to believe him, he says that this council can expend $650 million in 3 months on those basic services and projects. How many years has it taken to get that one quote on a footpath, Councillor Griffiths? 3 years? 3 years. It took 3 years to get a cost estimate on a footpath. How can we believe this Lord Mayor when he says he can spend $650 million on basic services, on the basic services he promised the people of Brisbane in 3 months? They have inflicted pain, they've taken the money, Chair, but they're not investing that back in the community. And it's before us in black and white here today. And that just means we know that there's going to be hundreds of millions of dollars of work either kicked down the road and delayed into a future budget, or they're going to be cut altogether from a future budget. So they just won't be done in this financial year and they just won't reappear in a future budget. The Lord Mayor can say he can run around and pretend what he did last year and then pretend what he's going to do this year, and this great pretending game that we see from the Lord Mayor. So where is council's money going? Overseas travel, of course, living in Brisbane as we see exorbitant amounts in answers to questions on notice today. Countless temporary band-aid solutions to problems that should have been fixed 10 or 15 years ago. Story Bridge, ring any bells for anybody? You know, it's not being spent filling potholes in my ward. Maybe I should just go put this back in that pothole on Zilmere Road.
Yeah, another one.
Because, you know, the council's not going to be filling it anytime soon, apparently. You know, Councillor Murphy said if it's, you know, a dangerous pothole, right in wheel tracks, there's 3 in a row. Very busy road, 50,000 cars a day, right near a pedestrian crossing and businesses and shops and a footy club.
I'd say that's pretty dangerous.
Wasn't filled in 24 hours. Not sure what's going on there, Big Phil. Now, we know the Lord Mayor is...
Big fail.
Yeah, big fail. I'll take that interjection. The big pothole fail. Now, we know the Lord Mayor is planning to go back to LA again next year, February, I think it is. Now, why all the extra travel? You know, he sent 2 councillors overseas to Paris for $120,000 who brought home their findings for the Olympic City, for us. A 4-page report telling us that we will need to run buses and pick up the bins come the Olympics.
Councillor, your time has expired.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Collier.
They move for an extension. Seconded.
It's been moved for an extension by Councillor Collier and seconded by Councillor Kim. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. So that 4-page report telling us to run buses and pick up bins during the Olympics, maybe our Lord Mayor could have just spoken to Mayor Bass in LA on one of those 19 Teams meetings he had to stay up late for to find that out.
So tough.
Yeah, really quite incredible. This LNP council and LNP councillors are clearly padding out their own lifestyles and seeing this as a job where they can get a part-time job that pays a full-time wage, where they can get some personal gains and self-aggrandisement. That is not the way we should be representing people.
Yeah.
On project delays and underspend outside of the materials and services, so put aside the $650 million in basic services that are apparently going to magic like a magic pudding be done in the next 3 months. Capitalised expenditures are $361.9 million versus $623.7 million in the budget. So that should be a figure you would see at halfway through the year, not at 3/4 of the way through the year. Now, Lord Mayor has tried desperately today to get up and say those figures, including the underspends on basic services, the underspends on infrastructure, is apparently prudent financial management because it's his job apparently to find savings in the budget he handed down 9 months ago. Why did you hand that budget down 9 months ago then, is my question. If you had intended to hand this budget down, which you claimed was $4.1 billion, which included $1.6 billion in materials and services and $620 million in infrastructure spending, you promised that to the people of Brisbane and said to us all, you can manage it, you think you're up to the task. And then 9 months later, say, well, really, my actual task in this place is to go in with a razor and cut out projects that you promised to deliver the people of Brisbane. On city parking, income is below during the period mainly due to the continuation of 50-cent fares, a great Labor legacy. And the working from home trend as well, limited city events and attractions, this is what's according to the documents, in the central business district and the fuel crisis as well. I think that says it all, doesn't it, though? Yeah. The indictment on how this council has actually treated the cultural heart of Brisbane as well. Their plan for that was to replace one burger restaurant in the mall with another burger restaurant and move Country Road from one shop into another shop. And then remember we heard the Lord Mayor wrote a letter to Uptown's owners saying how concerned he was with no constructive solutions whatsoever around that. And who could forget the claim that the Albert Street crossover rail design from the former Labor government was their own idea for a new green spine through Brisbane. So the world's eyes will be on Brisbane in 2032. We must improve city life while we still can for people that not just visit here but people who live here as well. And you know, the Lord Mayor has admitted there's a lot of work ahead for him, a lot of work ahead because he told a content creators forum about how unknown Brisbane is around the world, and he was trying to enlist the help of content creators to sharpen up Brisbane's image but I suspect all he was trying to do was trying to sharpen up his own image. And they were leveraging that publicly funded content creators forum to actually try and promote LNP politicians.
I wonder how much.
I wonder how much. Actually, I'll come to that in just a moment. The impact on the surplus, this one's quite extraordinary. So the accumulated surplus down $6 million. We never see that. You never, ever see an accumulated surplus go down. So you wonder what's going on here. Now, council's net assets were revalued and found to be worth an extra $894 million. So why are we losing on top? We're gaining all this value of $894 million. Why are we down $6 million? That's right. Because the LNP gave away the metro to the state government for the princely sum of $0. So we heard the Lord Mayor before say, what did he say? We got all that praise to the federal government for paying for bridges in Brisbane and metros in Brisbane. The federal government tipped all this money into metro. Then he just gave it away. He just gave it away to the state government. So we can now assume that they value the metro at $900 million in its write-off. Wasn't it brand new? Wasn't it brand new? So yeah, that's probably just this year's portion. So a $1.7 billion project has been this financial year, whatever elements they've given away have been valued at $900 million. So it's crazy to think that basic maintenance spending is down significantly. Large capital projects have been delayed, and yet the surplus is down so much as well. Interestingly, that's also the same amount the surplus is down that they spend on the Living in Brisbane newsletters as well. And so that one never goes down, does it? No. That one, the advertising never goes down. And in fact, we are seeing more and more being spent on more spurious things, more desperate things in here. So how could they have missed the mark so much? I mean, my last and final question, I hope the Deputy Mayor will be able to answer this one before we get the pre-written lecture. In light, the ChatGPT speech, in light of the dire budget situation, did the LNP really think it was a good idea to spend $12,000 on that content creator forum with over, I think it was $1,100 on canapes they spent? At the same time, people couldn't even fill up their cars or put food on their tables, and we saw an extra $121 million in rates, fees and charges coming into council coffers. Or how does the LNP think it's a good idea to spend 50 grand on that Olympic leftover survey? Sorry, that's just at least. We think there will be even more emerge in payments for this program that just 0.02% of the Brisbane population engaged in. At a time we're paying $121 million more to this LNP regime.
Further speakers, Councillor Hutton.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I rise to speak on item C. This review tells a real story of responsible financial management in a city that continues to grow and we continue to deliver. Now, our budget remains, sorry, Madam Chair, our budget remains balanced, with the net debt on track to be reduced by a further $125 million. Now, Madam Chair, I don't think there is any other level of government that is talking about reducing their net debt, but it is our Schrinner Council that is working hard to ensure that our budget remains balanced and we continue to deliver for the people of Brisbane. Now, this gap isn't luck, Madam Chair. The gap that we in Brisbane pay significantly less than other residents across South East Queensland. It is our focus on ensuring that our budgets remain balanced, even during tough economic times. As the Chair responsible for Program 6, I'd like to take a moment to review what has been happening in our services that most residents interact with. Now, Madam Chair, if you've ever been to a farmer's market on a Saturday or a Sunday, you'll know the atmosphere. Dozens of stalls, all moving parts, moving products, taking payments, handling questions, managing logistics, all done at once. That is a little bit like what Program 6 feels like. It, on its very nature, is front line and the front door to council.
It is the program that most residents will interact with directly, whether it be through our library network, our lovely nurses, or of course, our award-winning 24/7 contact centre. And when you look at the results for March 2026, I am proud to say that we have got a humming marketplace that is producing some fantastic results. In the past quarter, we've had an additional 100,000 library visits. Compared with this same time last year, 100,000 more people walked through our library doors, adding to the 4.1 million visitors from this year. That is no coincidence, Chair. We continue to deliver an array of amazing programs, including the Writers in Residence, Holiday Fun, and of course, our First 5 Forever sessions. Our teams have been working tirelessly on our First 5 Forever sessions, and we have managed to deliver a 16% increase on what we have had previous years. It means that more is on offer for our youngest residents and getting their literacy foundations well and truly intact. These stats are not coincidental. They are a direct result of our council continuing to invest in the vital programs that matter to our residents. We've had an additional 52,000 visits to Your City, Your Say, our online engagement platform. That is 52,000 more opportunities for residents to have their say and to help shape our city. We've conducted almost 800 additional food safety audits, keeping our blooming dining scene one of the safest in Australia. And because we want our public spaces to be clean and safe, our teams have removed 9,564 graffiti tags this session. Our teams are out there every single day, making sure that Brisbane looks its best and is one of the safest places to live, work and relax. And Chair, as I mentioned earlier in question time, our immunisation clinics hours are up 26% across all city locations. It means that more families in more suburbs can access health services closer to home. These are just some of the impressive numbers behind our program that is quietly, consistently delivering for every corner of our city. Councillors may notice there was a change and a reduction in the sites for treating mosquitoes due to a dry season. What you may not realise is that our work is working closely with our medical entomologist. They are qualified specialists who understand mosquito population cycles, weather patterns, breeding conditions and public health risks. Due to, obviously, the current increase in wet weather we have seen recently, I have no doubt that the end-of-year budget will see an increase in the funding of our mosquito and aerial treatments. When the experts let us know that we need to spray, of course, we spray. Madam Chair, I'm very proud of the work our team continue to deliver. This program is all about the services and the experience that our residents interact with most and appreciate. And whether it's borrowing a book or getting a vaccination or sitting down to enjoy a meal, our program is there. We are quietly, consistently delivering. And that is what, Madam Chair, a balanced budget looks like. I commend this item to the chamber.
Further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you. I rise to speak on item C. The rosy picture of Council's financial position that's being painted by the Lord Mayor and then Councillor Hutton's a very interesting one. I'm sure Councillor Hutton isn't aware, but I think perhaps she might be. In her statements just then, she indicated that this is the only council talking about lowering debt. They might be talking about it, but they're not actually doing it. The financial position as at the third quarter indicates that debt is actually up. It's up on what was budgeted by $200 million. And it's up not quite, maybe $150 million on last year's figure. So whilst they might be talking about reducing debt, that's not what they're actually doing. Debt is actually rising. Now, this is only one of the things that this administration deserve to be called out on, because the financial incompetence of this administration is appalling. I don't know any single person that would think spending, we don't know yet, we don't know the final amount of the Metro, but let's say it's $1.7, $1.8 billion, $1.7 to $1.8 billion, which includes a couple of $100 million from the federal government, but that's mainly ratepayers funding.
Correct.
The Lord Mayor just, stuffed up the contractors, had to pay them out, changed the scope of the design, pushed up the costs, changed the scope over and over again, and it's cost ratepayers directly hundreds of millions of dollars. Now, anybody accepts, or most people accept that you can borrow to invest in capital. You don't borrow to keep the lights on and run maintenance. Is that something our Lord Mayor subscribes to? No. This Lord Mayor has spent pretty close, I think, at the end of the day, to $2 billion on this project, the Metro, that only benefits half of the city, and the half of the city get a worse service or the same service. So that's the Metro. And we pretty much gave it away to the state government. So we don't retain the asset. We've spent $1.8 billion and we don't retain the asset. Now the Lord Mayor will stand up and go, oh, we got such a good deal for running the buses. Yeah, we do that every few years, we negotiate for running the buses. That's always been a separate item. That does not replace the loss of an asset that ratepayers had invested in, that the Lord Mayor just gave away with no return for us. So this report before us today paints a poor picture of the financial administration of this LNP regime. Absolutely. So certainly we know that they're not keeping spending under control. I mean, clearly Councillor Griffith's been trying very hard to help them do that. But this administration's not keeping spending under control. I mean, last month the administration spent $90,000 on advertising the Metro. A couple of months before that it was $80,000. That's advertising. That's not about keeping expenses under control. Yeah, I mean, this administration is profligate and incompetent. Now, we know that right across the budget picture at the moment, there are massive problems with the Metro. And I'm on page 14 of the annual report, annual operation plan progress report. And it says, higher than anticipated capital expenses in the public transport outcome, mainly relating to the Brisbane Metro project. This will continue to be monitored throughout the year and be adjusted in the next budget review. Right. This is where the problems are. And do you know what this council's responsibility is? To provide in this document how these risks are going to be managed. There is no detail about that. What blowouts have happened in the Metro that we don't know about?
Your time has expired. Further speakers.
Oh, that was quick.
Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak in support of item C. This budget review and quarterly financial report confirms exactly what Brisbane residents expect from the Shrinner Council: a balanced budget, strong financial discipline and a better Brisbane with even more services delivered across our suburbs. At a time when households are dealing with higher inflation, rising interest rates and real cost of living pressures, this council has continued to spend carefully, keep costs down and deliver more for Brisbane. And Program 5, Community and the Arts, is a clear example of that approach in action. While other councils are charging hundreds of dollars more in rates, Brisbane residents continue to pay less and get more. That is because the Shrinner Council has maintained an operating surplus, kept spending under control and reduced debt, all while continuing to invest in the services people use every day. We are delivering more to see and do for families and communities right across Brisbane, more free and affordable access to the arts and local facilities. And Chair, we've done all of that without putting extra pressure on household budgets. We continue to deliver amazing experiences like our free Lord Mayor's City Hall concerts that continue to be enjoyed by thousands of residents. Out in the suburbs, our community halls are delivering more value than ever, with more and more people taking advantage of our amazing community halls, supporting residents and the many multicultural and community groups across Brisbane. We've delivered even more active and healthy sessions this year, with more than 83,000 people taking advantage of the many amazing classes and experiences we provide for free or at a very low cost, making it more affordable for everyone to get out and enjoy the best of Brisbane and get healthy while doing so. Our Active and Healthy program is something that the Shrinner Council has always been proud to support, investing more and more each year because we know how valued this program is. Residents love the Shrinner Council's many free and affordable programs that help them stay active without adding pressure to household budgets. Our $2 Summer Dips program is another amazing program this Shrinner Council has been proud to deliver for residents. Once again, delivered hundreds of thousands of pool visits, giving families a safe and affordable way to stay cool during summer without breaking the budget. And we're continuing to back local creatives, provide targeted investment to support local artists, strengthen neighbourhoods and foster Brisbane's thriving creative sector. We're continuing to invest in the infrastructure that makes Brisbane such a great place to live, work and relax. Improvement works have been delivered or are underway at 8 community lease sites across Brisbane, and we've delivered upgrades at more than 160 sites. Chair, this report shows that even with no new funding from the federal government, rising costs and ongoing economic pressure, this Shrinner Council is delivering better services across Brisbane. More participation, more community connection, more access to arts, culture and local facilities, all while maintaining a balanced budget and keeping Brisbane residents paying less than other councils. Responsible financial management that is delivering more for less. And on that note, I commend it to the Chamber.
Further speakers, Councillor Strunk.
Thank you, Chair. Listen, I rise to speak on the quarterly report, and I want to deal with rates and charges, rates, fees and charges. Now, the Deputy Mayor was on the radio this morning extolling the great work that this council has done in keeping those rates down, keeping the rates down well below any other council in southeast Queensland. But of course, what they never mention, of course, when they talk about that is the fees and charges. Now, what's happened over the last 2 to 3 years is that the rates have been kept going up a little bit, probably more than they should, but anyways, they kept going up a little bit, but guess what's happening with rates and charges? They're coming up, they're coming up. I wonder at what point that they're going to be even in regards to income, right? So it's the old shell game. You know? Rates, see? We're looking after you on rates, but here come those fees and charges. Up they come. Yeah. Every year, 10% or more. And it's the old shell game, right? Distract with one, put up with the other. Right? Anyways, now road resurfacing. They go on about how great the road resurfacing is in the city. Well, not in my ward, and it hasn't been for a number of years. There you go. Or any of the other wards that I'm aware of anyways. I mean, I could mention a half a dozen different roads, and you've all heard it before. But I keep saying, if road resurfacing would happen in my ward, as for the amount of roads and the amount of, kilometers of road resurfacing that actually happens in my ward over the last few years, right? It will take 134 years before all of them are resurfaced. Now, there's not too many roads that are going to last that long.
I thought it was days.
A road probably needs to be resurfaced at least every 20 to 30 years, you would think. A residential road, I'm not talking about one of the major roads. They're probably Forest Lake Boulevard's been done. About half of it's been done about twice since I've been councillor, right? But it's a major road that takes 20 or 30,000 cars and trucks a day. But honestly, most of my roads in my ward, of course, are residential roads, and they're starting to crack. They're starting to crack, and guess where potholes come from? Those cracks that the water seeps through and then underlies the base underneath the road and washes it away, and then you end up with a depression or a pothole. Right. So listen, Councillor Murphy can go on to how great they are in filling up potholes and things, but honestly, they're not done in 24 hours, not even the dangerous ones. They are not done in 24 hours, and there's many examples of that we can give. The Metro, the one that we gave away. And the reason we gave it away, remember the reason we gave it away? Because we couldn't afford the maintenance and the running costs. We had to give it to the state government. Deeper pockets. I'm sure they love the asset coming across. I suppose it looks pretty good on their books that they've acquired this asset, right, worth $1.7 billion, right? But you know, but as I say, we gave it away. Now, the Lord Mayor said, you know, all those other councils don't get things like metros, don't get things like the Kangaroo Point Bridge and some of those other bridges as well that we've built. That other bridge we built at Breakfast Creek, but I worry about those bridges because we're not too swish looking after bridges, right? And there's the bridge that we're all wondering what's the bill's going to be to reconstruct that bridge, the Story Bridge. So you don't build a bridge, you don't build it and then forget it. You've got to put money aside every year. You've got to have a sort of almost a sinking fund, or your bridge will absolutely sink into the river in this case. So I just worry about the maintenance regime for the Kangaroo Point Bridge going forward. I mean, there's going to be a lot of monetary pressure about the Story Bridge, right? And so we're going to be totally focused over the next number of budgets.
Your time has expired. Further speakers, Councillor Davis.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I rise to speak on item C. And as you'll see in the report, things are continuing to track well in Program 3, whilst keeping costs down to ease the pressure on household rates and finances. Program 3 continues to deliver services and projects for residents, with the variances in the report mainly related to timing, and we are on course to align with the budget at the end of the financial year. Madam Chair, we have continued to make strong progress towards building a more sustainable and resilient community. We continue to make investments in Pollara. Last quarter, we purchased one of the final 2 parcels of land required for the Pollara Trunk Infrastructure Project. This acquisition will help us also to deliver a network of parkland and shared pathways that will connect directly to the site of the Pollara District Sports Park. Construction has commenced on the Brighton Foreshores Parklands upgrades, where we're working in partnership with the federal government. I thank them for their contribution. This includes the new amenities block, the beach access ramp, landscaping and key pathway connections. There have also been some notable achievements strengthening Brisbane's biodiversity and network of urban forests and parks. Through our environmental offsets program, we've rehabilitated an additional 56 hectares of land, restoring degraded sites and strengthening vital ecological corridors across the city. Nearly 6,000 additional stems were harvested through our koala fodder plantations, directly supporting our wildlife carers who look after our sick and injured koalas. On the ground, council crews also delivered over 1,100 additional treatments of red imported fire ant nests and over 6,000 additional landscaping services. Other achievements include the distribution of more than 12,600 additional free native plants to the community, and we welcomed an additional 156 students through our Environmental Centre school program. Madam Chair, in this quarter we also completed 15 additional drainage projects, which included targeted relief drainage works along Glenholme Street in Mitchelton, where the works will reduce flood impacts at habitable floor areas. Did I pronounce it incorrectly? I got that right? Good. We also saw the completion of drainage upgrades along Hart Street in Chelmer, building on the micro-tunnelling works we delivered last financial years, and the remediation works along Oxlade Drive has meant that a concrete blockage has been removed and the household roof drainage that was damaged was reconnected to Council's network. There are a further 7 drainage projects across the wards of Walter Taylor, Tennyson, Paddington, Hamilton and Enoggera. Madam Chair, the waste portfolio continues to highlight the strong measurable progress the Brisbane Council continues to deliver as part of Program 3. Our commitment to moving Brisbane towards zero waste is reflected clearly in all we do, and the community is responding with enthusiasm. This financial year, we've delivered more than 150,000 new green bins to households across the city, supporting residents to recycle more and waste less. That effort is already paying dividends with more than 50,000 tonnes of green waste collected through household bins, representing almost a 30% increase on the same period last year, which is fantastic, and a further 43,000 tonnes of self-hauled green waste taken to our resource recovery centres. In addition to this, 44,000 tonnes of recyclables have been diverted from landfill through the yellow bins and self-haul recycling at our resource recovery centres. And there have been more than 36,000 visitors to our treasure troves at Acacia Ridge and at G-Bung. All of these programs, which divert waste from landfill, serve to further insulate our city from the full cost of the former state Labor government's bin tax. All in all, Madam Chair, I'm incredibly proud of the work that we've done across Program 3 so far this year. There's much more to do and much more that can be talked about. In particular, the hard work of City Resilience, who continue to work to keep our residents safe and prepared for any weather event. At the most recent count, there are now 241,972 current subscribers to Council's Brisbane Severe Weather Alert Service, who will receive the BOM severe weather alerts forward by text messages, as well as receiving information about creek and high tide alerts. So, Madam Chair, there's plenty happening in Program 3, and I commend to the Chamber.
Further speakers, Councillor Kim.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak on this clause today, and firstly about the silence of the lambs before I move on to the big fail of our city, which has been very, very sorely let down, very misleading for the ratepayers of Brisbane. Not to mention that 9 out of 10 rate rises above the average occurred in Callumvale Ward by this very LNP Council administration here today. Right. So you pay more and you get less in return, and that doesn't seem to be changing year after year. In fact, all the Lord Mayor, the LNP Lord Mayor just cares about is paying $12,000 to get a like on his Instagram. It's ridiculous, the priorities. Firstly, with the silence of the lambs, last year in October, clearly we need more resources in our compliance team. In October, 15 sheep and goats were mauled by wild dogs in Karawatha. Now, this is pretty incredible that the council just completely ignored this. Under the LNP Council's watch, I thought the LNP were meant to be tough on crime, but clearly they're not. These wild dogs are going around on properties. And I just wanted to address a few comments by the LNP Lord Mayor previously with his disingenuous, misleading and silencing a resident who was deeply distressed. Trauma every single day is haunting her, and the LNP Lord Mayor gets in here and provides an arrogant response and refuses to address the problem, despite the fact that his local councillor, the LNP councillor, whose office is just down the road, didn't even bother to meet with her, and the Lord Mayor gets in here and misconstrues the entire situation, because the truth is, the dog attack took place in February, and his own LNP councillor didn't reply until May. Whoa. LNP councillor Murphy didn't offer to meet with her. This was all just misconstruing. In fact, we've got a full timeline with every single date and email recorded in the database right now. Not just this, but on the 22nd of April, Erica wrote to Councillor Murphy about this situation. The dog attack took place 2 months before that. Not only did I not say that the Lord Mayor was only talking about February in my question this morning, which is clearly identified in the transcript, but if the Lord Mayor was in Brisbane when the dog attack took place, why didn't he address the issue? This has been going on for 3 months while he went to the US, while his own LNP councillor didn't respond to a resident who was mauled by a dog. And this is one of many cases. In fact, in the last hour, I got another email. From a resident in Clayfield whose dog Bear also got mauled as well. Another incident. This is just only the start of people coming out to talk about it, because all this regime does is ignore real resident stories like they have this morning, which is all captured live and is being sent directly back to the residents of Brisbane. This case, so Councillor Hutton then intervened on the 24th of April due to the lack of response from Councillor Murphy, who hadn't even replied by that point, by the way. And then as she replied, 4 days later, Council closed the case down.
What?
Erica literally received an email from Brisbane City Council saying that the case is now closed. So can anyone tell me who's running the show here? Because the LNP is clearly not here. No one's running the show. It's clear that they're having an identity crisis. Their party has a problem at the federal stage. They don't know what they're doing. They've got no leader here, and everyone internally knows this. They are in decline. And this is only the beginning, but the residents are seeing the cracks, because this has been going on for so long, but residents are speaking out now one by one and will continue to make sure that their stories are heard. That's the part on Silence of the Lambs. So let's hope that this story changes, and let's hope that only Brisbane Labor can turn this around in 2028.
That's right.
Now, I would like to wish 2 happy birthdays today. Firstly, to Councillor Griffiths for yesterday. Happy birthday, Councillor Griffiths. May there be prosperity and happiness always and every day. And secondly, to the Grand Canyon of Brisbane that is now 8 days old. Thank you, LNP. For the first time ever, they've decided to focus on a new tourism initiative. They've opened Brisbane's Grand Canyon. In fact, we checked this morning and the pothole was still there today. According to Mr. Bigfield, potholes get filled in a day. But this was still there this morning. In fact, unfortunately now, only now after we have been going on and on about this pothole and our residents have been raising awareness and sending this to the LNP online, unfortunately now, just this afternoon, it's finally been filled up. So congratulations, but did you know there's another Brisbane Grand Canyon as well? Because I spoke to a paramedic just this past week since they've been driving over the potholes, and if you look up right now,
Councillor Kim, your
PA
time has
Hospital,
expired. Thank you.
You'll see a big pothole.
Further speaker, Councillor Wines.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Look, just wanted to make a contribution to item C, which is, of course, the operational reports. So, look, I think it's really important just to take a minute to reflect on the success of our public transport system here in Brisbane. Up until the point of this report, more than 66 million passengers had travelled on a Brisbane City bus or metro. The metro system is increasingly popular. It has carried more than 10 million passengers and people, and it is carrying 50% more than the services that it replaced earlier. It has been embraced and celebrated by the people of Brisbane. And one thing that I want to assure you and all councillors is that it exists and it's not been given away. I can take you down to a tunnel right now under Adelaide Street that operates more than 1,400 vehicles a week. This conception that the metro has been given away is quite frankly ludicrous. There was an asset transfer in line with the contractual obligations, and the people of Brisbane benefit each and every day. That's where the Labor argument falls apart. It's the way they frame it is as though people cannot use it. Well, I assure you, they use it routinely. Tens of thousands of people travel in that tunnel each and every day. Tens of thousands of people use the upgraded bus facilities in the South East Busway each and every day. The idea that they're not available for use, that they've in fact been given away, is quite frankly ludicrous. And that an accounting treatment draws such interest from them is, I suppose, interesting is the nice word, but the fact is that the metro, that the benefit of the metro exists to all Brisbane residents each and every day. And not just that, but the the benefit through the new Brisbane's new bus network also means that more people are using our public transport system. So since a whole range of things have come in, including the metro, the new bus network, reduced costs for fares, the automated ticketing services, we've seen significant and not to forget the sharp increase in private vehicle fuel costs have seen a significant uplift in the patronage rates, and people are choosing our public transport system. And I think that is the real takeaway from this report. So as I say, we have seen more than 66 million passengers use our buses and more than 10 million people use our metros. As well, we see 5 million passengers using our CityCat and ferry system, and we are on track to exceed last year's patronage numbers. We see strong growth there, with about 18% year on year, highlighting the continued popularity of our ferry network. The e-mobility system has seen an extra 3.3 million trips already recorded at the point of this report, and we expect to see more as the year progresses. We've seen more than 3.4 million people take advantage of the support we give for seniors through the off-peak discounts, and also we see as well as delivering all those services, the uptake from the public, we've seen more than 100 additional bus operators added to our workforce, and we continue to improve our vehicles. As you can see in the report, the point of interest is, of course, the fact that last September we concluded the large-scale infrastructure works associated with the metro. That is reflected in the expenses because it's treated, it's effectively the accounting treatment that transfers it into Program 1 as it moves it into the appropriate accounting area. So that's why that figure looks like that. We continue on to see that our expenditure and our income are on track to be within budget while delivering the expected service, while delivering the anticipated services, if not exceeding what we had anticipated. So Program 1, well in line with budget. I can assure you the metro system, it continues to be popular and it has not been given away. It exists right there. We can take it to the tunnel, we can take it to the busway, and we can take it to the depot, where you'll see more than 58 vehicles maintained and operated as part of our metro system.
Further speakers. Councillor Collier.
Thanks very much, Chair. An extraordinary from the LNP's Public Transport Chair talked a lot about how there are 5 million passenger trips taken on CityCats. The only time in 5 minutes that he could bear to mention CityCats and ferries, but not one single dollar can he point to in this report that talks about delivering better infrastructure or better services. Because it's not there. It is not there under this LNP administration. There are no extra services. In fact, there are less services than there ever have been because the LNP cut half of the services from Apollo Road and Milton CityCat terminals with no plan of bringing them back, despite the fact that there are huge numbers of people moving into these suburbs. There are developments happening all over, and what do the LNP do? They cut public transport services, just like they cut in Norman Park, they've cut in Bulimba, and they've cut in Milton too. So at the next update, I'm sure he's going to tell us who is getting the chop next. On this budget so far and its progress this financial year, what is clear is the LNP are so focused on elections, past and future, that they have stopped focusing on Brisbane's future. This is an administration that has been in charge of this city for more than 2 decades, and after 20 years, they have completely lost their way. It is all about themselves. Their vision is totally inadequate, and their leadership is tired. Instead of planning for Brisbane's future, they are obsessed with spin and PR and protecting their own political brand. Team Schrinner is more important to the LNP than being on Team Brisbane. You only have to listen to the Lord Mayor and the Deputy Mayor today. They have spent more time in this place making excuses about why things are so terrible than actually taking responsibility and outlining their plan to address it. Today, we have heard every excuse under the sun. It's someone else's fault, it's another level of government, it's because of this, it's because of that. And when defending their financial mismanagement, they can't even point to their achievements here in Brisbane. No. Instead, all they do is compare themselves to other councils. After more than 20 years in office, the people of Brisbane are continually asking themselves a very simple question. Are we better off after 2 decades of the LNP in charge of Brisbane City Council? And increasingly, the answer is no. This report lays bare exactly what Brisbane residents already feel every single day. The basics are slipping, and nowhere is that more clear than the state of our roads. Filling potholes is not some extraordinary achievement. It is actually the bare minimum that people expect of any council. And yet this report tells us that council has repaired more than 41,000 potholes. Doesn't that statistic alone tell you how bad things have become under the LNP? 41,000 potholes is not a success story, it is evidence. It is evidence of years and years of the LNP's neglect. And Councillor Murphy, through you, Chair, there are still plenty more being reported every single day. So maybe instead of giving yourself a pat on the back for doing literally the bare minimum, back your staff, give the frontline teams the resources that they need. They need funding, they need resources, and they need the workforce to get the job done properly. Because this report repeatedly admits, that there are delays and underspending in so much maintenance. Road resurfacing, city lighting for safety, bridge maintenance, footpaths, bikeways. These are not flashy extras, these are just the basics that the people of Brisbane want us to do. Residents can see day after day a tired, out-of-touch LNP council. It is more interested in glossy announcements, social media videos, hanging out with influencers, overseas travel for politicians, than delivering on the fundamentals of what makes Brisbane Brisbane. And while maintenance fall behind, what is exceeding expectations under the LNP? Revenue from parking fines. This report proudly states over and over again, higher than anticipated revenue from parking fines. So on one hand, you've got the LNP Council who are spending all this money on flashy things and influencers and overseas travel, and on the other hand, you've got residents being slugged harder with fines as infrastructure falls behind, rates, fees and charges go up, up and up. That says everything about this LNP Council's priorities.
Further speakers. Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak on item C, the annual operational plan and quarterly financial report for the period ended March 2026. As the report once again demonstrates, the Schrinner Council's work in the Future Brisbane program is helping to get more homes on the ground while ensuring that Brisbane remains the best place to live, work and visit. Turning to planning for a growing city. Hundreds of people are moving here every week, and we are planning responsibly for this growth. It's not just about more homes, it's about more homes in the right places, close to the shops and services that make daily life smooth, whether that's the Brisbane Metro, our award-winning parks, or the shops and retail that provide for daily needs. As we saw heading into March, we've made great progress on this front. We commenced precinct plans for Chermside, Upper Mount Gravatt and Sandgate, and also progressed the Wynnum Centre precinct plan. We completed consultation for the LMR review, which will help boost the construction of different types of homes in well-serviced suburbs for people at all stages of life. We completed early community engagement for the Fortitude Valley Sustainable Growth Precinct Plan, which will help revitalise one of our most iconic precincts. As our actions show, we're proudly committed to helping boost housing supply, and we won't shy away from doing so. Turning to enhancing Brisbane's livability, and Councillor Wolf knows this well, our Better Suburbs Places and Spaces program is making our neighbourhoods even more lively and vibrant, with consultation completed on a concept plan for Lambert Road in Indooroopilly. Feedback was overwhelmingly positive, and we look forward to delivering some great upgrades in that area soon. Our grassroots-driven Art Force Brisbane program continues to provide a platform for Brisbane's artistic and creative residents. I had the privilege of attending the Art Force Awards in March, and there was a local winner from my ward, Zoffy, who won the Best Primary School Kindy and Creche Award for his work on the signal box on Nudgee Road near the Nudgee Beach Hotel. And it's worth acknowledging that the People's Choice Award attracted 3,000 votes, which was an amazing result. Turning to approving quality buildings and infrastructure, from January to March this year, council officers have assessed 3,109 development applications, which is more than this time last year, and a 6% increase on applications received year to date. Sadly, approving applications isn't always enough to get houses on the ground. With construction costs at an all-time high and the labour market demand for skilled workers stretched, it is quite an uphill battle. Council officers, however, have been able to respond to over 7,600 phone inquiries on a range of topics, including subdivisions and secondary dwellings for hard-working mums and dads throughout the city. Turning to growing Brisbane's economy. We on this side of the chamber understand that small business is the backbone of the economy and the heart of the community. With both the Suburban Business Hub and the Brisbane Business Hub in the city, we ensure there are a number of events, workshops and mentoring programs available to businesses and residents. Last quarter, we delivered 43 workshops, 77 mentoring sessions and over 1,700 event attendees. The Brisbane Council delivered the first 2 of our 4 future Founder Forum workshops, encouraging and supporting the next generation of entrepreneurs in Brisbane. The final workshop this round will be held on Thursday at Figs on Sylvan. The Economic Development team also welcomed a new trader group through the Brisbane Business Networks program, Woolloongabba Business Association, which will now make it a 21-strong group. We delivered 950 targeted business engagements across Queen Street, Brunswick Street and Chinatown malls to improve customer experience and drive business outcomes. We're also proud to have supported 43 activations supporting local business and the Valley Mall's economy. These are just some of the initiatives to support small business in this city. Turning to BETA, Brisbane continues to capture global attention and record investments through the great work of Brisbane Economic Development Agency, with over 60 business and major events supported during this period, representing over $370 million in economic activity for the city. The Brisbane Council will continue to deliver throughout the Future Brisbane program, which ensures that we will plan for the city's growth and make it an even better place to live, work, relax and visit.
Your time has
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Further speakers, Councillor Griffiths.
Oh, wow. Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and I look forward to speaking on this. Can I say, what I'd like to ask is who wrote this? Because they're in a parallel universe. Literally, I'm reading through this document thinking, that isn't true. I can't get that to happen. No, you're joking. So what is written here and what's happening out there, and I'm an elected representative, as we all are, don't add up. What the council and this administration are saying is everything's hunky-dory, it's fine, it's great. What I see is it's not great, it's not hunky-dory, and it's the opposite. There's 2 worlds we're looking at here. And I realise I'm an opposition councillor, but I'm an opposition councillor who's been here a long time, and I know how bad things have got. And things are really appalling out there now. They are the worst I have ever seen. And I don't just say that as an opposition councillor, I say that as a concerned councillor for Brisbane, for a city I love. What I would like to pick up on what Councillor Adam Allen read out in his speech, and the planning chair, was that they've completed consultation. What he forgot to say, the completed consultation for planning. What he forgot to say is that they've totally ignored that consultation. We go out and consult, but then we ignore the residents. We go out and do a post about saying we're filling potholes, but we ignore the fact that the reason we've got so many potholes is because we don't have trucks and workers to look after our roads. It's sort of like smoke and mirrors with these people. We know, and the Lord Mayor isn't here, we know that they have cut 500 staff. He's jetted off. He's catching his public transport. He's Qantas. He's in Chairman's Lounge. He's catching his public transport off to some international destination. The publicly funded transport. 5 overseas trips in 2 years. My residents have seen that and gone, what the hell?
Just do your job.
5 international trips in 2 years. And our huge debt. We got a lecture before from Councillor Wines saying, oh, well, we've just moved it on the books, it's just an accounting thing. You know, it's just $1.7 billion worth of debt. 500 people sacked. 500 people sacked, it's just a thing. It isn't just a thing, it's services on the ground. It is delivery on the ground, and we aren't doing it. And that message needs to get out there very clearly for residents. I don't believe this is good economic management. When you think we've given away an asset that we spent $1.7 billion on and wonder why we're in so much debt. We didn't negotiate for good outcomes in terms of the state and feds giving to that asset. That's what failed here. We're not providing good service. Sorry, I know many of our staff have been here and are passionate about Brisbane, but that passion isn't coming from these people sitting to my left. They're not interested in the people of Brisbane. They're just holding on, clinging to their power, but they're not actually interested in service. And I have to say, they're out of touch. I drive down the same roads they drive down, and I'm virtually falling in potholes, and they seem to just miss them. It is just incredible. And I heard about how many more bus trips we're doing. We're doing more bus trips because you cut a whole lot of services in my area and other areas of the city. You've actually cut services. And then you wouldn't allow people to come in and speak about those cuts, Madam Chair. And I keep hearing about this spend on infrastructure, and Coopers Plains Crossing's one of the issues I've been going on about for a very, very long time. And what's the LNP state government done with it? Work has ground to a halt. And this council budget didn't have the $40 million in it promised by the Lord Mayor and the LNP for that crossing. It's more than a shame, it's wrong. And people know it's wrong. Thank you.
Further speakers? Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Chair. I rise today to speak on item C and update the Chamber on the infrastructure portfolio's quarterly financial report for March 2026, and importantly, what that delivery means on the ground. At the headline level, the program is performing well within expectations. There's some variances across income, expenses and capital, largely driven by timing, forecasting, adjustments and project phasing. This is very commonplace within the infrastructure portfolio. It's not driven by any structural issues or delivery gaps. On income, we've seen results come in slightly below budget, primarily due to lower than anticipated revenue from infrastructure charges and contributed assets such as road, curb and channel and footpaths. These are not lost revenues, they are timing related movements. They'll be corrected in the next budget review. Encouragingly, this is partially offset by stronger than expected performance in fees and charges, particularly from road corridor permits. We used to have the crane index here in Queensland, but I like to think now we have the road permit index, which shows that there's lots happening across the growing city. On the expenditure side, overall expenses are also below budget, again largely due to timing. This includes the phasing of depreciation and asset-related expenses, the reallocation of some capital expenditure into operating expenditure as project scopes are refined, and the scheduling timing of maintenance activities across roads, lighting and bridges. Importantly, these movements are expected to realign by the end of the financial year. They don't actually impact on our ability to deliver the program, and one of the main reductions we have is a saving in depreciation expense, which those familiar with accounting standards would know is not a cash expense. We also have seen higher expenditure in Brisbane infrastructure services, which has been driven by the demand for quarry materials and plant, and I spoke about that last week. Madam Chair, our quarries are very much the base of our asphalt and aggregates program. The increased activity shows that we are absolutely churning out the resources that we require to build and maintain our road network. This reflects the strong delivery activity that councils are seeing, pretty much that they are seeing over the last week, Madam Chair. It reflects that the strong activity is offset by increased revenue that we get from also selling some of these products into the broader market, and I reflected on that the other week as well. Let's turn to capital expenditure. We're getting on with the job of delivering key projects across the city like the Beams Road upgrade. Main reason that capital expenditure is lower in this report are the savings that we've made in the Story Bridge replacement.
Sorry, Councillor Murphy, but under the provisions of section 3513 of the Meetings Local Law, on the expiration of the period allowed for debate of committee reports, I will now put the motions to the meeting for the adoption of any committee report not yet voted upon without further amendment or debate. So we'll now put item C to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those against no. No. The ayes have it. Division called by Councillor Dixon, seconded by Councillor Adaman. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 18 in favour and 6 against.
That is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. Public Transport Committee report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. That is carried.
Oh, sorry.
Point of order, Councillor Strong.
Yeah. Have we moved into infrastructure?
We just did it.
Okay.
Public Transport Committee. Yeah, we're just doing it now.
Could I ask that C C and D and F be taken considered for voting purposes.
So you want C, D and F together separately? Yep. As a
point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Chong.
Can I make it separate for C, D and F?
Separately?
Yeah.
Infrastructure Committee report, item A. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. Item B. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Actually, hang on one moment. Yeah. It's only C, D and F separately. So A, B, yeah. Sorry guys. A, B, E and G. Correct? Yeah. Yeah. We're going to vote on A, B, E and G together. Sorry. You didn't want them all separately, did you, Councillor? Yeah. When you asked for them separately, you didn't mean C, D and F separately? Did you mean all of them?
Sorry. C, D and E separately.
Yeah,
yes,
sorry.
Voting.
Yeah, I thought you meant all of them. Sorry, it's okay. A, B, E and G. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. That's carried. Okay. We've come back to vote on those because it's actually only C, D and F that you want separately. All those in favour of C say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Collier. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 19 in favour, 5 against and 1 abstention.
That is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. We'll now put item D to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no.
Division.
The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Collier and I think it was actually seconded by Councillor Cassidy. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 18 in favour and 7 against.
That is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. We'll now put item F to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no.
Division. Division.
A division called by Councillor Chongwa
and seconded by Councillor Collier. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 18 in favour and 7 against.
That is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. City Planning, Suburban Renewal and Economic Development Committee report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. That is carried. Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. That is carried. Customer Services Committee. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. That is carried. Community and the Arts Committee. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those against, no. The ayes have it. That is carried. And Finance and City Governance Committee. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. Aye. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Strunk and seconded by Councillor Collier. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 18 in favour, 6 against and 1 abstention.
That is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. Councillors, are there any petitions? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, I table 2 petitions. One is electronic copy and the other one is the hard copy of petitions calling on Brisbane City Council to open Fairfield Library on Sunday and or Monday. Sorry, and I'm just, there it is. There we go. Thank you, Billy.
Councillor Adams.
All right.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I table petition concerning local area traffic management in Holland Park West.
Councillor Wolfe.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I table a petition that is requesting Council improve traffic flow at the intersection of Sylvan Road, Croydon Street and Jefferson Street, Toowong.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a petition requesting Council retain the loading zone on Holdsworth Street at Cooperoo.
Councillor Dixon, may I have a motion for receipt of the petitions?
Chair, I move that the petitions as presented be received and referred to the committee concerned for consideration and report.
Second.
It has been moved by Councillor Dixon, seconded by Councillor Strunk, that all petitions are as presented be received and referred to the committee concerned for consideration and report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Councillors, are there any statements required as a result of an Office of the Independent Assessor or Councillor Ethics Committee order? We'll now move to general business. Are there any speakers? Councillor Toomey.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. As Cystic Fibrosis Awareness Month comes to an end, I want to shine a light on a group of people whose strength often goes unseen. Those living with cystic fibrosis and those living with cystic fibrosis-related diabetes. Both conditions alone demand resilience, discipline and courage, but for many, they don't come one at a time. They arrive together, creating a daily battle that most of us will never fully understand. Cystic fibrosis is a genetic condition that affects the lungs of the digestive system and many other parts of the body. It makes something as simple as breathing a challenge. It turns eating into a calculation. It transforms everyday life into a routine of medications, physiotherapy and constant vigilance. And yet people with CF continue to push forward with determination that is nothing short of inspiring. But for many individuals with CF, the journey becomes even more complex when diabetes enters the picture. This form of diabetes, cystic fibrosis-related diabetes, is not the same as type 1 or type 2 diabetes. It is unique. It is unpredictable and deeply intertwined with the challenges of CF itself. It requires careful monitoring of blood sugar levels, insulin management and constant adjustment of food intake, all while still managing the demanding treatment that CF already requires. Imagine waking up one day knowing that your lungs need support, your digestive system needs support, and now your blood sugar does too. Imagine trying to balance the need to gain weight, a common struggle for CF sufferers, with the need to manage glucose levels as well. This is a delicate balance, one that requires extraordinary strength, patience and self-awareness. Yet the federal government will only support those suffering with CF-related diabetes until they are 21 years of age. Most people with CF-related diabetes require insulin injections multiple times a day. This puts a massive burden on the cost of living, literally. The average age of someone suffering with CF in Australia has grown to 59.9 years of age. By some truly miraculous advancements in treatment and medications. One challenge moving forward to manage CF-related diabetes as they age. But an adult with type 1 diabetes in Australia has access to subsidised insulin. It is those suffering with CF-related diabetes should have the same access to subsidised insulin. And yet despite these challenges, people living with CF and CF-related diabetes show us that resilience truly looks like. They show us that strength isn't always loud. Sometimes it's quiet. Sometimes it's found in the moment when someone picks up their nebulizer for the third time that day. Sometimes it is in the decision to test their food blood sugar level when they are exhausted. Sometimes it's in the courage to hope for a future that science is working hard to deliver. We must also recognise the families, the carers, the medical teams who walk this journey alongside them. They support, love and their dedication form the backbone of every victory, big or small. And we cannot forget the researchers, the healthcare professionals who continue to push boundaries, develop new treatments and fight for better outcomes. But most importantly, we must recognise the individuals themselves. They are not defined by their conditions. They are students, they are athletes, they are artists, workers and dreamers. They are people with goals, passions and futures worth fighting for. Their lives remind us that adversity does not diminish potential, it reveals it. So let us honour their courage, let us amplify their stories, and let us commit to building a world where people with CF-related diabetes are supported, understood, empowered to live full lives, vibrant lives, with subsidised insulin. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Further speakers. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I rise to speak about Jen Henderson, who was with us earlier today, and I made a couple of remarks, but I have a few more to make in celebrating her Significant milestone in serving the people of Brisbane for 40 years today. It's a very special milestone and one not often reached in council these days. Jen left school a little early. I don't just mean for the day, but she left school, I believe, at year 11. And her mum said, if you're going to do that, you have to go and find a full-time job. So she did with council. Her first role was in something called general admin, which was on floor 2 of the BAC. It was basically the council and committee area where the committee clerks worked. Jen was the junior in the office at 17 years of age. One of her first jobs was to memorise the tea and coffee orders for all of the men on the floor and drop them off on a tea trolley. Once they had finished, she had to wheel the dirty cups back to the kitchen where her and the other women who worked there did the washing up. And this was just 40 years ago, mind you. On Tuesday, she would come to the council chamber, as I mentioned, and sharpen the pencils here in the council chamber for the alderman, and the chair of council was given a pen, quite the honour. She fondly remembers Friday afternoons in the council club on floor 21 after work, and Christmas parties, which I think started over in the BAC and they somehow migrated here into City Hall. And we think from looking at some old photos that was in the Balmoral room. I've seen some of the photos and all I can say is I think they had a lot of fun. The less said the better, I suspect. Thankfully there were no naked flames with all that hairspray and polyester. Early on she did some relief work in the Deputy Mayor's office too, who was I think at the time Phil Denman. She moved on to level 11 in the Works department with a large team of engineers and technical officers, all of which were men at the time. The only other woman there was a clerk. She remembers attending one site with the team who were working on a very exciting project, Forest Lake, as it was being developed. She became the PA to Richard Civil, who I think I'll take the interjection, who I think either may still be here or very recently retired from council, who was at the time the head of the Works development team. It was after this time that Jen saw an opportunity to work in the Eagle Farm ward office for Pat Vaughan, who was the councillor for Eagle Farm from 94 to 97, who had previously served at the time was serving as the chair of the Water Supply and Sewage Committee. Pat had previously been the PA to Frank Sleeman before he became mayor. When Kim Flesser took over from Pat and the ward became Northgate, Jen stayed there and worked until 2006, and during this time took periods of maternity leave to have her children, who are all grown up now. In 2006, Jen went over to the Marchant ward office and worked for Faith Hopkins until the 2008 election, and after a 2-year period back at Northgate, eventually came to the Deagon ward office in 2010, a bit like coming home, really, given Jen was born and raised in Sandgate and at the time was raising her family in the suburb of Brighton. And a funny and little-known fact is that Jen actually replaced me in the Deagon ward office in 2010. That's how she came back. I was finishing up there after working part-time while I was at university, doing a day or two a week, and I left and she was able to take that role. Strange how these things work out sometimes. And she's been at the Deagon ward since and is certainly probably more integral to the operation of that office than I am. She provided a few little funny tidbits of her time in council back in 1986, and I thought I would share them. You could smoke at your desk if you're in an enclosed office. Union membership was compulsory, great. It was very much a man's world then. The tea trolley story says it all, according to Jen. Some people were still paid in cash, and a payroll officer would come around the floor with a leather satchel with cash in it, and the staff would sign for their pay packet. She's pretty sure they carried a gun. The council club was the place to be socially, especially during Expo 88, as it was a great place to watch the nightly fireworks. In terms of ward office life, when she first started jobs for council in ward office, council reports were typed on an electric typewriter in duplicate and then faxed. There was no Google, but she used the thesaurus a lot in those days, and the internal mailbag actually contained a lot of correspondence in it. Council introduced its own email platform called ourbrisbane.com, and it was for her first email address, and she actually won the competition for creating the slogan for ourbrisbane.com. She worked in 4 ward offices, Eagle Farm, Northgate, Anographer, Relief, Marchant, the 5, Marchant and Deagon as well. I just want to say on personal reflections for Jen and her service are simple. She is one of a kind. To dedicate yourself to a life of service is admirable in every sense. In all her roles, she's worked to make the community of Brisbane a better place, and particularly in the Deagon ward, and I say thank you and congratulations.
Further speakers, Councillor Dixon.
Chair, I rise to speak on 3 items of general business. The farmers markets that are back at Eagle Farm Racecourse, the Ivan Home Apprentice Award and Walk Safely to School Day. I'm happy to share that the Eagle Farm Racecourse once again has farmers markets on a Sunday. They opened on the 10th of May on Mother's Day, and it's operated by Jan Powers Farmers Markets, who would be known to many here. So these new markets are an amazing way to spend your Sunday, all while supporting local makers, growers and small businesses. It's fantastic to see after a hiatus that the racecourse is once again being used as a space for local markets and for the community to have a space to catch up, grab a coffee and explore the range of products that are on offer. I took my son James on the 10th of May for Mother's Day. Unfortunately, he's not old enough to shout me a coffee yet, but I shouted him once, that's all good. It felt really special walking through the markets, talking to the people, the small businesses that were there and learning the stories behind their goods. And I guess these markets wouldn't be possible without Astrid. She does an amazing job. She's actually the daughter of Jan Powers, and her team, they get up very early to put these markets on. So I want everyone to go and check them out. Come and visit the Hamilton ward. They're open every Sunday, 7 a.m. to 1 p.m. And yeah, I'll shout you a coffee, Councillor Adam, and you know I will. Secondly, I'd like to talk about the Ivan Home Apprentice Award. And so it's named after a former member of the Hamilton Rotary Club and who was the principal of the Eagle Farm TAFE, the Skills Tech. So Ivan Home, which is what the award is called, actually gives a bursary as well, which is $1,000 annually to an apprentice in the community who deserves recognition for their hard work, dedication and motivation towards their apprenticeship and studies. So last Tuesday, I snuck off from council a little bit early so I could go to the awards ceremony, and the 2026 award was presented to Scott Abbott, who is an apprentice with Energex. He's actually secured a full-time job with Energex after he finishes his apprenticeship, so congratulations to Scott. And I think this is a great way to recognise vocational education and training. That is a very important part of the Eagle Farm TAFE and our wider community. Things don't happen without people who have trades. So a huge congratulations again to Scott for a fantastic achievement, and thank you to the Rotary Hamilton branch of the Rotary Club for putting on this award every year. So finally, I'd like to touch on Walk Safely to School Day. So I was very happy to join Our Lady Help of Christians at Hendra last Friday to do their annual Walk Safely to School. They're actually part of our active school travel program, and they're into their 2nd year, which is very exciting, and they're having a great time. They've had the bus come and visit, and I know that Councillor Parry, we share Wooloowin State School. They're also part of the active school travel program, so it's good to see. And Eagle Junction State School, they aren't part of the program now, but they were few years ago, and they still carry a lot of legacy from that active travel program. So it was good to see a good turnout. The weather was really good. We had a few dogs as well that walked with us as well. So there was a dash hound, and I love dash hounds, so it was good to walk with the kids and the dash hound to school. And then, so it was a great way to celebrate Walk Safely to School Day, and I'll conclude my remarks there, Chair.
Thank you. Further speakers for general business. Councillor Strunk.
Thank you, Chair. Listen, I rise to speak on a couple of matters tonight. One is some comments in regards to what the Lord Mayor said about pickleball. Oh, wow. And also an event that happened on the weekend. So, pickleball. It came from the United States, which is, I'm an expat. I'd never heard of it until someone showed up for an appointment about 3 years ago, and they're very passionate about this game, and so I did my Googling and found out that it is a thing, and but it sounded like a lot of fun because it's the whole family can play, whether it's the grandkids and grandmother or granddad and the parents as well. They can all play because it's not too strenuous. But the Lord Mayor to say that we're the labourers against pickleball is just the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. I'm just resurfacing a netball court at the moment so that we can put pickleball on it as well. And there'll be about 6 courts, pickleball courts. So I'm very much in favour, but the only thing we weren't in favour is the fact that there was not that consultation undertaken in Holland Park. And honestly, who would put increase the pickleball court with houses surrounded without consulting the local residents, right? I'm fortunate my pickleball courts has one house close to it, right? Because it's the C.J. Greenfield Sporting Precinct. And I wouldn't put a basketball court either, surrounded by houses without asking the residents. So we're very much in favour of pickleball. It's a great sport. There's a lot of, and it's growing, unbelievable. But I can see why it is, because it's something the whole family can play. Now, moving on to an event that happened on the weekend, my Lions Club and the St. John's Leos, the junior Lions, were in attendance at the Bunnings at Oxley. And I don't know, we used to have two Bunnings stores fairly close to one another, Rockley and Oxley. Well, they closed Rockley down. And of course, everyone comes to Oxley now, or pretty much, because the next closest is Acacia Ridge. So it was, from 8 o'clock through to 4 o'clock. It just doesn't stop, which is great for a fundraiser. It's really hard on the people that are working there, but it's a really great fundraiser. And I thank St. John's for making their Leos available for the day, because. They are, a bunch of high schoolers that really have a passion about their community and doing community service. And St. John's has always prioritized community service and those organizations within the school that supply community service. It's always been a priority right from the time that the secondary school opened up. And I just want to pay tribute to Robin Hinchcliffe, who is the deputy principal there, has been with the school for near 30 years, and she now leads the Leos on behalf of the school. I also want to thank Bunnings as well. They really do a great job. They have great staff to deal with, that deals with the various groups that volunteer to do a barbecue. And some of them do struggle at times because it's pretty tough. When you're dealing with a line of people, right? And the barbecue sometimes can't keep up with the sausages, right? And so some people have to wait. But anyways, I'll leave my comments here. Thank you, Chair.
Further speakers, Councillor Parry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I rise to speak on two items today. One is the Baby Give Back High Tea that was held on the weekend, and also our National Volunteer Week Day at Stafford Meals on Wheels. So on Saturday, Baby Give Back, which is a wonderful organisation, held their annual high tea in Brisbane. And I think this is the third or fourth one that I've been along to. And I was joined on Saturday with other councillors, Councillor Howard, Councillor Marks and Councillor Chongwa. And it was a lovely afternoon. It's good to be in that room where you're amongst people that support such an incredible organisation that does good things, very good things for babies and children in our community and beyond. So I don't know if many councillors are aware of this, but a couple of years ago, the Lady Mayoress came up with the idea that we could collect a lot of donations for Baby Give Back for them to be able to use in their clothing boxes and their Safe Start boxes. So since they've been around, they've helped 61,352 babies and children. They've provided 12,224 clothing boxes just last year. They've given 2,263 Safe Start boxes just last year, and they engaged with 945 volunteers. Now, more than 50% of those donations came from councillors' offices, Brisbane City Council's offices. So we should all be really proud of what we do across the chamber, across the board, of the work that we do and how we promote Baby Give Back, which, as I said, is an organisation that I've supported since being the councillor, but well before then as well. As a mum who had the clothes that that you get all those clothes and you've got a fresh new baby and they grow out of them like that, especially when you've got a big 4-kiloer. And this is just a really good way to help vulnerable families. families, but also to ensure that we keep our city a sustainable city. And I think that's a big part of the layer of the onion that is Baby Give Back, and that is it's recycling things that otherwise would end up in landfill. And we know that a lot of not-for-profits are struggling in terms of St Vinny's and the Salvos and things like that with the volume of clothes they get. This way we know it's baby clothes, some of which are barely used, still have the tags on, and they're going to families that need it straight away. So the stories you hear from the organisation are remarkable, and I'm really proud to support it, and we should all be proud of supporting it in this room as well, because we're doing good work. On the 16th of June, it's their giving day. All donations are tripled, so mark that in your diaries, everybody, and please promote it in the lead-up. All donations are tripled, and they're done so by the corporate sponsors and the corporate supporters that they have. And with that, I'll just quickly mention Skyfleet Toyota. They donate their time picking up all the donations from our offices, and they drive them down to the Gold Coast. It's a huge effort, and it's because they, again, are supporting what Baby Give Back does. We have a not-for-profit working with the private sector, working with government to make a real difference in our community, and it's something that we should all be supporting and getting on board with. 16th of June, don't forget it, put in your diaries, donations are tripled, and that is their biggest fundraising effort of the year. Without that, they won't continue, so please remember all donations are tax deductible. Now, the second item is, of course, Stafford Meals on Wheels and their National Volunteer Day that they do every single year. Stafford Meals on Wheels is technically in Councillor Davis's ward, but it's just over the road, over the border, the wrong side of the tracks from Marchant Ward, but we won't hold that against them. But obviously, we're huge supporters of that organisation, and they do excellent work in our community. We'd all be aware of our local Meals on Wheels are doing it tough because of petrol prices. Volunteers can't afford the petrol to get them around as much as they can, and some Meals on Wheels we're hearing are actually dropping back their delivery days, which is heartbreaking. So we all have someone close to us who has benefited from Meals on Wheels, and we love seeing what they do in the community. Particular shout out to Donna and Maureen, who organised the event, to Chris, and of course to Gail. And can I also just acknowledge the volunteers that received awards on that day, one of whom was Marilyn, who's volunteered for 35 years with Stafford Meals on Wheels, the organisation, and Angela, who's just done her first 5 years. And so I think that when you see those people that go from, all the newbies, and then you've got the ones that have been there for a really long time, it shows that it's a strong organisation that gets a lot of support, and we want to see that, may that continue. However, there was an egg and spoon race, and there were 3 teams, and it was myself and Councillor Wines and Councillor Davis. And I'm disappointed to report that Councillor Davis cheated. She ran. She wasn't meant to run. She was meant to walk with the egg and the spoon. I'll take that interjection. Her ward, her rules. And of course, Councillor Wines won, but I think that I was robbed. I came second, and I moved very quickly in my kitten heels, and he had boots on, and it was very unfair. And Peter from my team, he brought us home strongly, but we just didn't quite get there. But next year's our year. 2027, Team Marchant will bring home the prize at the National Volunteer Day at Stafford Meals on Wheels. But in all seriousness, thanks to all the volunteers there. We love you. Keep up the good work. Thank you.
Further speakers, Councillor Collier.
Thanks very much, Chair. I just want to speak about one item of general business, which is supporting residents in Morningside Ward who are being adversely impacted by a tree in their community. So my office has been supporting 2 residents, Sam and Sab, for a number of years now. These are hard-working people who have truly done everything right and have been let down by this LNP council when it comes to saving what is their family home. These are people who have worked hard their entire life and purchased a house in our community that is being destroyed by a council tree, a leopard tree, no less. It's not a native tree. Leopard trees, as we all know, are destructive. And this is a case that has gone on for years and years and years. It goes all the way back, actually, to 2006, when the builder of this home first applied to council to get this tree removed, because this builder knew that this was going to have a huge impact. And over the years, they've had really good engagement with council in terms of making applications, advocating, the previous owners. And then when this couple purchased this home, they realised that something was seriously wrong. There were multiple formal complaints lodged by the previous owner, and then as soon as Sam and Sab bought this home, they engaged multiple independent engineering reports, 4 of them in fact, between 2015 and 2026, and all of them said the same thing. The tree is the primary cause of the damage and destruction to their home, and the only solution for this is to remove it. Now, these residents aren't anti-tree, they aren't extremists, they're not doing it to, get a new view. If you've been to their house, you can see their stairs are literally coming away from their foundation. They are trying to be reasonable here. They have done everything right. They have spent hundreds of thousands of their own hard-earned dollars to get reports to back up what they've been told over and over again and what they can see that's happening to their home. And time again, they've been let down by council. We know, in fact, that these residents have actually made repeated direct attempts to engage with the Lord Mayor personally. I, of course, have met with these residents multiple times. I've heard from them. I am touched by their story. These residents have tried multiple times to engage with the Lord Mayor personally. I think the only time they were able to actually get onto him was when their father, the resident's father, spoke with the Mayor at a mobile office somewhere, 1 month before the election in 2024, so out campaigning. And at the time, the Lord Mayor was aware of the issue. He knew of the issues caused by leopard trees and indicated to these residents that funds had been allocated to address the problems that they cause. So then why is this tree still destroying these people's homes? These residents have engaged multiple times with the CEO's office, both the former and the current CEO. They have written to the Lord Mayor multiple times. They have visited the office. They have written to Councillor Hutton as recently as June last year, and they continue to reiterate their sensible position, which is, could you please remove this tree that is destroying our family home? We will take any replacement tree. We fully support a new tree being planted in its place, just please not this one that is destroying our home. I mean, I think it's really telling of the 20 years of decline under this LNP administration that these poor people whose story has reached hundreds of thousands of people. They've got a petition going at the moment, over 1,600 signatures in just a couple of weeks. Just a couple of weeks. So why is this council so out of touch with these residents that they won't listen? And I was notified only just last week that not even 2 streets away, council will be removing a similar tree because its potential to cause damage. How is the double standard in that? What is going on here? Again, like I said, 2 decades of decline. It couldn't be more clear in these poor residents' case. I fully support them. I stand with them. We can do so much better. This is an absolute failure of council's process, and it's going to cost ratepayers in the end. It is going to cost ratepayers hundreds of thousands potentially in legal fees when council has to defend this when it goes to court.
Further speakers? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak on an issue which I believe should be above politics. And for the benefit of the record, I said exactly that to Councillor Collier this morning when she attempted to politicise an issue during committee today. So through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Collier, I think you need to take a look at your approach, because trying to turn domestic and family violence into a partisan issue is, quite frankly, a real shame. It is actually vile, and I refuse to engage with the approach taken by Councillor Collier. So I'm not going to repeat her completely fabricated allegations which she made today here in this chamber against a member of my team, but I will put on the record that I completely and utterly refute them. Both in this chamber and in council, we have always and will always support those experiencing or those who have experienced domestic and family violence.
One moment, please, Deputy Mayor. Can you touch your microphone? Councillor Collier, you just stood up and gave your general business for 5 minutes and nobody interrupted you speaking. Please show the same courtesy and manners, and it's also something that you as a councillor
have agreed to in this chamber to follow that code of behaviour. Thank you, councillor. You are to follow a code of behaviour, and it's not talking to me like that as well. So I ask you to remain quiet while another councillor is on their feet giving their general business. Deputy Mayor.
As I was saying, Madam Chair, both in this chamber and in our council and in our community, we have always and will always support those experiencing or who have experienced domestic and family violence. And although the support was detailed extensively during committee today, for the benefit of those who weren't in attendance and for Councillor Collier, who clearly wasn't listening, I will give another overview now. I know that many of us in this chamber work closely with organisations and advocacy groups that do incredible work on the ground in our suburbs across Brisbane. As a local government, we certainly have a role to play in supporting community awareness, and we will continue to do exactly that. We also have adopted a domestic and family violence strategy, which states that we support the right of all people to live in a family or domestic relationship free from violence, abuse or intimidation. Because although domestic and family violence may occur behind closed doors, its impacts are felt far beyond the home, in our community and of course even in the workplace. As an employer of thousands, we're all too aware that this is an issue which also affects our council employees. Now, while the state government leads the response and the prevention of domestic and family violence, we as a council continue to play our part by educating and supporting the community while also fulfilling our responsibilities to employees. Council has developed DFV intranet pages to make accessing support easier and to raise awareness. The site provides a safe space to access information and helps educate our employees. We also have a network of contact officers across the organisation that provide a safe and a confidential way for people to raise concerns and link them to services and support. We support the DV Safe Phone initiative, and through our relationship with the Red Rose Foundation, we continue to install red benches across Brisbane as visible reminders that DFE occurs in every community. So far, we have supported over 35 across Brisbane. In fact, I recently attended a Red Bench event last week with Joe Kelly MP and the Coorparoo School of Arts, because as I will continue to maintain, Madam Chair, some issues, and especially this one, are above politics. In addition, we proudly support a number of other initiatives, such as the Epic Walk for DV, where I was joined by a number of colleagues from my side of the chamber on the 22nd of March to raise funds for women's legal service. Of course, the Lord Mayor's Charitable Trust continues to support a large number of DFE charities as well, also detailed in our presentation this morning. Again this year, we're a sponsor of Darkness to Daylight through Challenge DV. I had the honour of presenting at the Brisbane Domestic and Family Violence Forum again this year. I have served as a director on Small Steps for Hannah for the last 6 years. Achieving law reform through our advocacy, we have delivered literally thousands upon thousands of hours of education programs to all Australians. And we've also established our own crisis accommodation with the support of Beyond DV, whose founder was recently named.
Mayor, your time has expired.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Dixon.
Yeah,
of course.
Chair, I move that we adjourn for dinner for a period of 1 hour, which commences when all councillors have left and we lock the doors.
Second.
Has been moved by Councillor Dixon and seconded by Councillor Adamant that Council adjourn for dinner for a period of 1 hour, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. The meeting will be adjourned when all councillors have left the chamber. Further speakers to general business, please. Councillor Chongwa.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak on the petition D because I didn't get to speak on it in the petition infrastructure section because, again, our debate is cut off, which is pretty undemocratic. Anyway, I rise to speak on petition D. This petition contained 246 signatures requesting council reverse recent changes to parking restrictions in Milton. The petitioners have raised concerns about high parking costs and limited availability of on-street parking in the area. In August 2025, Brisbane City Council introduced new metered parking on multiple streets, significantly cut the number of resident permit accepted parking spots and increased the cost of existing metered parking in the area. As we can expect from this administration, there was no consultation, no warning, no notice to residents, local businesses, or even to me as a local councillor. The community was simply kept in the dark. The council response to petitioners says recent changes to paid on-street parking in Milton were introduced following a community feedback. Any suggestion of community consultation is absolute rubbish. There was no communication, no consultation. The only communications to the community that happened was after the changes were made due to the community outcry. Even council officers admitted this change was a complete mess that was originally only intended as a minor changes that then spiralled into major changes without any consultation. An internal council review was conducted and I did receive an apology for not being notified before the changes, but my community have not received any apology for the LNP administration nor from this mayor. Local businesses were quite rightly angry due to concerns that the increase in parking costs would reduce customer spend, visitor numbers and time spent in the precinct. For residents, these changes would exacerbate the very high demand for on-street residents and visitor parking. Council's data shows that resident permit accepted parking across the affected streets in Milton was reduced by 61%. Since these changes, there has been a significant impact on both local businesses and residents. This LNP Council should be supporting our local businesses and community instead of implementing what has been confirmed by council staff as a revenue-raising scheme. Parking fees in Milton are currently set at $6.35 per hour for short-term paid parking, which is significant cost considering all the added pressures of cost of living and the fuel crisis. Significant changes, including major parking changes, should undergo a thorough community consultation to allow businesses and residents to have an opportunity to provide feedback, air concerns, or discuss the possible impact of these major decisions. Another concern is that drivers need the Cello O Park app to pay for parking, which is an inequity issue for elderly people and those without smartphones. This also requires disclosure of personal information to a private company without council ensuring that this personal data is protected. I wrote to the Lord Mayor about concerns relating to data protection in January 2025, but there's been no response. Our community considers these changes to parking to be a revenue-raising exercise that has harmed the local economy, has not meaningfully improved parking turnover in the Milton area, and has introduced serious equity concerns. It's alarming that Brisbane City Council administration continues to disproportionately rely on residents and local businesses for revenue raising, while giving massive tax handouts to wealthy developers, cutting funding to maintenance services and slashing the ferry service at the Milton Terminal by 42%. Our community requests that Council reverses the recent changes to parking restrictions in Milton, and consultation with local businesses and residents should take place in the future on any major changes. Therefore, I was not going to support the decision and obviously voted no on this.
Further speakers, Councillor Gibney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise today to speak about National Sorry Day and an event that I hosted locally on the weekend with Councillor Atwood, Films on the Field. This morning I had the privilege of attending the National Sorry Day commemoration at Breakwater Point in Wynnum. This is one of the 6 Brisbane City Council Sorry Day sites in our city. Yura means g'day or hello in Quandamooka language, which is our Bayside First Nations people, and this scarf was a generous gift from Iona College, the artwork designed by local artist Darlene Delaney. National Sorry Day is an important opportunity for us to pause, reflect and acknowledge the profound hurt and injustice experienced by the stolen generation and their families. As I said this morning, reconciliation is not a destination, it's a journey that asks us to listen, to learn, and to walk alongside one another with respect and understanding. I'm also pleased to share that the Wynnum National Sorry Day site will also be recognised as part of the Wander Through Wynnum Historical Trail. This important addition will help ensure the significance of this place, and it will also include the addition of Wynnum Jetty, Oyster Point and Wynnum Creek to continue adding the Indigenous stories to the trail. This will ensure that we continue to share these stories with future generations. And I would like to sincerely thank Shikaru and the team from Wynnum Manly Historical Society, along with Auntie Becky, for their support in guiding into bringing this meaningful project to life. Last year, we also saw the formal naming of Gurumba Bar Baga Bar at the top of Lota Cliffs, meaning place of many trees. This recognition honours the enduring connection of First Nations people to this land and acknowledges a rich history that existed here for thousands of years. I thank James Hunt from the Lota Creek Catchment Group, together with Auntie Becky and Auntie Mel, for making this important recognition possible. More recently, members of our community have approached my office about renaming Kitchener Park to Lionel Morgan Park in recognition of the remarkable contribution made by Lionel Morgan. Community consultation is currently underway, and to date the proposal has received strong support from local residents. These projects might seem small in themselves, but they are meaningful steps in ensuring that Indigenous history, culture and stories remain visible within our Bayside community. I'd like to thank Brisbane City Council for supporting today's event, but most importantly, Wynnum Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Corporation, especially Shelley Wilkinson and her team, and the Board of Directors, Cameron Costello, Jake Adams and Mark Cucks, for the care and effort they put into organising such a meaningful morning of reflection by our beautiful Moreton Bay. I'd like to very quickly share a different community event, Films on the Field. On Saturday evening, Lisa Atwood and I were delighted to host an event at Wynnum Vikings AFL Club in Wynnum West. Hundreds of families and local residents gathered to enjoy with their picnic rugs and camp chairs to enjoy a movie under the stars. Families arrived early to enjoy food from the club canteen, the Dumpling Master food truck, and they had hot drinks from Mean Brew Coffee Van and delicious donuts from OMG Decadent Donuts, plus movie treats from the Wynnum West State School PNC, their snack stall, before settling in to watch the hilarious Minecraft on the big screen. I'd like to acknowledge and thank Amy and the volunteers from Wynnum Vikings AFL Club and Wynnum West State School PNC, and the Lord Mayor's Community Fund, plus Steve and Brock from True Blue Sound Hire for making the evening possible. It was a wonderful evening for our community to come together and enjoy a movie night under the stars, giving Bayside residents more to see and do at little or no cost. With rising costs of living every day, it's important more than ever that families are given opportunities to get out, connect and enjoy time together without worrying about these things. These moments may seem simple, but they strengthen community spirit and makes our Bayside such a wonderful place to live. I look forward to bringing even more to see and do in the Bayside when Films on the Field returns in August at Bayside United Soccer Club in Lota. Thank you.
Further speakers, Councillor Johnston.
Yes, I rise to speak on 4 issues, the A suburbs, the Walter Taylor Bridge, National Sorry Day and Councillor Fiona Cunningham, the Deputy Mayor's comments about domestic violence. Firstly, I just want to say a huge congratulations to Annalie that won the ABC's A suburbs last week, smashing Ashgrove. It was such a joy to be able to talk about Annalie, one of our oldest and most historic and diverse suburbs on radio, and I look forward to hopefully one of the Y suburbs coming up in the next edition of the ABC's Best Suburbs of Brisbane. Secondly, the Walter Taylor Bridge debacle on the weekend. Very briefly, I have spoken with the divisional manager about this. It is not acceptable that council only plans 1 day of work but closes the bridge for 3 days. If you're planning 1 day of work, you only need to close the bridge for 1 day. Equally, if you decide to reopen the bridge, please don't keep the radio and other advertising going saying the bridge is closed. because it caused chaos on the weekend. It was a complete debacle by council, deliberately done that way, from what I understand. There are another 3 weeks of closures, and I hope that they go better and that council learns from the botched closure last weekend. Thirdly, National Sorry Day. This is a significant day in our community. We do have a sorry place at the Sherwood Arboretum. I particularly want to acknowledge the Bunarawa Solidarity Group who organised this morning's event, which was attended by hundreds of local families, students and several local elders in our community. It was a moving and beautiful ceremony this morning with music, reflections and a wonderful speech from Auntie Teresa about the impact of being a member of the stolen generation. It is so rewarding today that young people were there, as they have been for many years now, to understand that they're not to blame for this, but this is part of our history and we learn from history by sharing it. And it was a really moving ceremony today. So my thanks to the community choir, to Bunarawa, to the elders and all of the students who participated in the Sorry Day event at the Sherwood Arboretum as part of our journey of national healing. And yes, thank you. Earlier this afternoon or this evening, the Deputy Mayor Fiona Cunningham, who has not returned to the chamber, made some frankly insensitive, misguided comments about Councillor Collier. It was a misguided mop-up attempt to clean up some inappropriate and ignorant comments from Councillor Wong in the Finance Committee this morning. Councillor Wong this morning made some comments in the Finance Committee that it's hard to prevent domestic violence, and I don't have the exact words, but played down the idea of prevention, which of course is one of the biggest challenges. We don't want to try and deal with the aftermath of domestic violence, dead women and children. We want to prevent it. That is the whole purpose of the national debate that's happening. For Councillor Fiona Cunningham to come in here and attack a survivor of domestic violence in the way she did immediately before the dinner adjournment was inappropriate, insensitive and wrong. The only vile person and comments that were made here today were made by the Deputy Mayor. And it is appalling to me.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Wines.
I think it's wholly inappropriate for Councillor Johnston to refer to the Deputy Mayor as a vile person. I think it's wholly inappropriate. And I would...
Councillor.
And I would ask that she consider withdrawing.
Councillor, I'm just going to let Councillor finish her GB. She's able to say her GB, as all of you are, and in silence. Thank you. Councillor Johnston.
This is my point. Councillor Fiona Cunningham stood up here in a misguided attempt to mop up Councillor Wong's inappropriate comments this morning, insensitive comments this morning, ignorant comments this morning, and instead she attacked a survivor of domestic violence who has been open about this. Now, when Councillor Fiona Cunningham called Councillor Collier vile, where was every single person on the LNP standing up to speak up for her? What Councillor Cunningham did today was wrong. Councillor Collier has every right and should not be re-traumatised by the inappropriate and insensitive comments of the Deputy Mayor. She should be ashamed of what she did earlier. Given Councillor Wong misspoke this morning, domestic violence should always be prevented where possible, and I am so sorry that happened to Councillor Collier, but the facts need to be on the record.
Further speakers, general business. No further speakers. Well now, councillors, I draw your attention to the notice of motion at item 8A on the agenda. Councillor Cassidy, would you please move the motion?
I move that this council calls on the Lord Mayor to prioritise funding the Iron Bumper Lagoon Rehabilitation Plan developed in 2020 in the 26-27 budget.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier that this council calls on the Lord Mayor to prioritise funding the Einbumpen Lagoon Rehabilitation Plan, developed in 2020, in the 2026-27 budget. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. At the outset, I just want to say to whichever LNP councillor who will get up after me and table this motion, of course it is in my budget submission to the Lord Mayor, as it has been since it was developed, since it had been developed back in 2020. So this plan was first developed in 2020, and when it was developed, it was actually done in a pretty collaborative way. When the then Councillor McLaughlin was the chair of that Environment Committee, I met with him. We went out on site, we talked about it. We said there may be elements that are a little bit controversial at the time to the community, but he said, you're going to have to work with us to be able to deliver this in the community. We have to put politics aside. And I gave that guarantee and that commitment, and I said, we need to just fix this lagoon. This is a mess. We need to come together and sort this out. So that's what we did in good faith. We worked together to do that. But for the last 6 years, since he moved on from that role and we've had Adrian Schrinner as our Lord Mayor, we have not seen any commitment to funding it. This has been at the top of my budget submission to the Lord Mayor each year for the last 6 years, and is a prime example of how the Lord Mayor neglects the outer suburbs like mine. All talk, no action, all photo op, no follow-up. Although he doesn't show his face around Sandgate very often these days, the Einbumpen Lagoon sits in the heart of Sandgate and is the centrepiece of many community gatherings, especially the Einbumpen Festival. But it's not just about the suburb of Sandgate. In 2019, Council's own water quality expert said intervention is needed to ensure we get long-term health of the lagoon right. Back then I remarked there's only ever been regular maintenance. Each week council officers will check that the aerators, etc. Are operating, but there's been no long-term plan. So council admitted that there is a problem. They've known for some time, but without the Lord Mayor making the decision to prioritise this important place, our council officers have their hands tied. Now, I quote from council's own website, the Einbumpen Lagoon has been diminished by and remains threatened by encroaching urban fabric and accompanying toxic stormwater runoff. I think it's time we start treating this lagoon as the beloved asset that it is, rather than just another can to be kicked down the road. Now, the Einbumpen Lagoon is not just a tired urban lagoon, it's an ancient place. Tourable people made camp here for thousands of years. When the settlement of Brisbane was expanding north, European settlers faced their toughest resistance around the Einbumpen Lagoon. In fact, that resistance delayed European colonisation for decades. It was home to a very large community of Aboriginal people with permanent structures, a complex community and strong culture. When we're desperately looking for authentic experiences for people here in Brisbane and visitors to our city to enjoy, why are we not looking to places like the Einbumpen Lagoon? We know years of delays add to the costs. The Lord Mayor said recently that he thought the price tag was too much, but then in the next breath he said people should ask for it to be upgraded as part of the Sandgate precinct plan. Interesting. But he can't have it both ways, of course. We aren't mugs, and stop treating us that way, Lord Mayor. This is the cost of council's dithering and delays onto the ratepayers of Brisbane. The longer council stalls, the more ratepayers pay the price, let alone our unique environment on the north side. So time is money. There is no time to waste here. It's time for council to put its money where its mouth is and deliver for the northern suburbs of Brisbane.
Further speakers. Councillor Dixon.
Madam Chair, I rise to speak on this motion, which I understand is not the first time that Councillor Cassidy has brought this to the chamber. Madam Chair, this motion seeks funding to deliver Councillor Cassidy's election promise. After trumpeting his own success in apparently delivering a rehabilitation plan in 2019, which was work undertaken by our waterway experts in council, it seems that Councillor Cassidy has tried to double down. He stood beside Labor's Lord Mayoral candidate, Pat Condren, do you remember him? And promised his community that if he were elected, he would fund the delivery of these works at the Einbumpen Lagoon. He was elected in 2020 and again in 2024, and now 6 years on, Councillor Cassidy has been left red-faced after failing to deliver on his own election commitment from more than half a decade ago. It reminds me of a saying, Madam Chair, that don't make a girl a promise if you know you can't keep it. It's important to remember that while this was Councillor Cassidy's own election commitment and he is responsible for delivering it, the reason that $3 million cost of these works hasn't yet been funded is that it's not political. All this time, Council's team of waterway experts have been busy investing in maintaining the lagoon. We rely on their advice to tell us what investment is required and then we do it. Councillor Cassidy frequently forgets to mention this significant work, as well as the fact that there is an estimated 75% likelihood that any desilting works could result in part or full structural failure of the wall of the lagoon. This is because there are areas within this historic lagoon where vegetation embedded within the structure has been cut back, but roots remain. Obviously, this would be a terrible outcome for Councillor Cassidy's community. There may be other options, Madam Chair. I'm not an expert, but this is what our experts tell us. Given the scope and complexity of that work, it seems like Councillor Cassidy's time would be better spent knocking on the doors of the state member, Bisma, or the federal member, Annika Wells. It is exactly the kind of thing that Ms Wells has been happy to fund before under the Local Roads and Community Infrastructure Fund, like at Shorncliffe, Escarpment and Brighton Foreshore. So, to be clear, Madam Chair, we won't be supporting this motion tonight, and I move that the motion be put.
Seconded.
Councillors, it has been moved by Councillor Dixon and seconded by Councillor Adderman that the motion be put. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. No. The ayes have it. That is to put the motion be put. Right of reply, Councillor Cassidy.
There we have it. Like, I've been saying this for some time, that the only way this tired old regime can continue to lumber on and creak away is to get other levels of government to do basic council work.
Yeah.
That's the only way we are going to see any investment in our communities on council-owned assets, is by getting other levels of government to fund it. Now, that's what we've seen. So the reallocation of all of that money, those tens of millions of dollars that was allocated and earmarked for the Victoria Park Master Plan, we've now seen the LNP go begging to the federal government to use that money to do things like refurbish crappy old change rooms at community clubs owned by council, to do intersection upgrades owned by council. We just heard from Councillor Dixon that without federal or state government funding, something that is recommended by council's experts, this rehabilitation plan can't proceed. What else won't go ahead, I guess, is the question. Yeah. Now, this basically confirms. So, you know, yeah, that's right. They'll be going to the federal government asking for grants to fill potholes soon, to trim trees, to pick up bins, and to keep the lights on in this place. We were worried it was just major things that wouldn't go ahead in the lead up to the Olympics, like major infrastructure projects, like Story Bridge being delayed, and major projects, because Jared Blay said to the Lord Mayor, those things need to be cancelled. We need the workforce, the contractor workforce. But now, what Councillor Dixon has confirmed for us in this place is that even normal ongoing basic council maintenance will not occur in Brisbane in the lead up to the Olympics. And that's the LNP's big vision in this place. The LNP's vision is go cap in hand to the state and federal government and beg that they give you, according to the Lord Mayor, he wants some crumbs from other levels of government to keep the lights on. How, yeah, exactly. How extraordinary. So, I'm absolutely flabbergasted. I've never in 11 years have seen a situation where a councillor in the majority would get up and say to a councillor in the opposition, please save us. please go to the federal government and help us get some money to do basic council works. This is absolutely incredible, an incredible admission from council. Now, according to the new rules that the state government brought in, Councillor Dixon is not allowed to ask for information outside of her ward. So she's been able to go to council offices now, and she's been able to get information about the Iron Bumper Lagoon Rehabilitation Plan illegally, and come into this chamber and detail what's included in that rehabilitation plan. I'm sure there's nothing nefarious going on in the LNP, I'm sure, yeah. So apparently now Councillor Dixon is some sort of expert after being given a piece of paper with some words on it, and is doubting and casting doubt on the work that council officers did in this rehabilitation plan. Of course, what is included in that plan is the removal of the broken wall, which at the moment is slipping into the lagoon anyway. Have you been there?
No.
I will take an interjection. Blink twice if it's yes and once if it's no. Once, no. Okay. So Councillor Dixon has never been to the Iron Bumper Lagoon, has never inspected the wall that is currently collapsing and slipping into the lagoon, never seen the piles and piles of ibis crap in the lagoon, never seen the blue-green algae blooms that come to that lagoon all the time. Never seen any of it, but gets up here and has the temerity to get up in the council chamber and say, I know nothing about it, and I'm the problem with council. Good Lord. Isn't that incredible? This incredible situation. So this doubting of council's work by Councillor Dixon is not acceptable. I back our council officers, and they have recommended, after doing a lot of work and after I worked with the LNP to get the funding for this rehabilitation plan and gave my commitment to push it through in cooperation with them, that this project
Cassidy,
needs to happen.
your time has expired. We'll now put the motion to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. No. The noes have it. Division called by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 7 in favour and 16 against.
That is lost. Councillors, resume your seats. Councillors, I draw your attention to the notice of motion at item 8B on the agenda. Councillor Cassidy, would you please move the motion?
I move that this council calls on the Lord Mayor to prioritise adequate funding for community consultation in the 2026-27 budget by re-establishing community development teams to inform project budget development.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier that this council calls on the Lord Mayor to prioritise adequate funding for community consultation in the 2026-27 budget by re-establishing community development teams to inform project budget development. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. Over the past 2 years, we have observed how LNP councillors see themselves in their community. During a campaign, they call themselves the Lord Mayor's representative for that ward, and they've not let that go. It should be the job of every councillor to bring their community's voice to the Lord Mayor, not relay the Lord Mayor's voice to the community. I recently came across a video someone shared with me from the Mayor of the City of Burnside, where they passed a precinct plan, talked about developing a precinct plan, similar sort of map area to what we see in Brisbane. But as part of that precinct plan, they specifically talk about addressing traffic management and road safety, active travel and streetscapes, and going out to community consultation and building a local infrastructure plan alongside that precinct plan for development. And another thing they did was a simple scoreboard at a sports club receiving 80% support from the public after consultation, proper consultation. Now, if you contrast that example with this current LNP regime, who listen to lobby groups but not residents, who make captain's calls on ratepayers' money without telling anyone at all about it, who listen to the 10% of feedback that suits their interests but not the other 90%. And even when the Lord Mayor sort of lets slip that he thinks his councillors should consult locals on local projects, some just choose not to do it anyway at all. So we believe that no type of politics is more local than local government, Chair, and that communities should have a say in shaping their suburbs.
That's right.
Now, every year we ask our communities on this side of the chamber anyway, what they would like to see in our budget submissions to the Lord Mayor. And we're happy to publish those budget submissions as well. I have never, ever once seen an LNP councillor actually ask their community what they would like to see in their budget submission to the Lord Mayor, and never, ever once have I seen an LNP councillor publish their budget submission to the Lord Mayor, because those budget submissions are not actually informed by what the community wants or needs.
If they even do it at all.
If they do it at all, even if they do it at all. But in a budget submission even that we make, if we do that proactively and of our own accord, is a list of destinations, I guess, without offering a chance to be part of the journey formally as a council. Community development teams used to deploy to assist local clubs, organise community events and manage community grants. They focus on co-designing grassroots solutions, building leadership and improving social cohesion out in the community. In a time of economic uncertainty and social dislocation, giving everyday people the chance to contribute to the growth of their suburb in a small part is a great way in which we can build communities. This program exists close by to Brisbane as well. We don't have to look all the way to Burnside. We can look over the bridge to Moreton Bay, and they have something called the Connected Communities program, a series of workshops hosted by experienced facilitators focusing on creating strong community connections, building resources, resilience and leadership to engage and develop community initiatives. Now, the Olympics and Paralympics has been a polarising event for many in our community. These people don't feel like Brisbane will be getting enough out of the Games for the whole exercise to be worth it. What we were promised by the Lord Mayor was the Games would be leveraged to deliver generational infrastructure and dependable services across the city. Instead, locals are now considering the need to move elsewhere for the 4 weeks of the Games and to see no legacy whatsoever, apart from what the Lord Mayor has himself described as the leftovers.
That's what he says.
That's our Lord Mayor, Adrian Schrinner's legacy for the Olympics. The leftovers. Something all of the LNP are so proud of, I'm sure. So instead of getting a great community outcome, what we are left with from our Lord Mayor is the leftovers. So I think it's time that Brisbane has a say in Brisbane's future. It's pretty straightforward. We're not talking about billions of dollars here. We're not talking about hundreds or tens of millions, and probably maybe $1 million or more to get this sort of thing off the ground. That's just 1/6 of what this LNP regime spends on advertising in any 1 year.
Councillor Cassidy, your time has expired. Further speakers? Councillor Howard.
Chair, I rise to speak in response to this motion, which has some very significant errors contained within it. And I think some of those errors may have been because the Leader of the Opposition did not attend the budget information sessions last year. Chair, Councillor Cassidy is calling on us to re-establish community development teams. Now, as the Chair responsible for the community development officers in Council, I am very concerned that Councillor Cassidy is misleading this chamber and his fellow councillors on this motion. You can't re-establish something that already exists. We have community development officers in Council right now. The fact that the Leader of the Opposition, who's been a councillor for over a decade in this place, is not aware that this team is in the Council and isn't aware what they do is really, really concerning. So given this, Chair, I move that the motion lie on the table while I request a briefing note be prepared for all councillors on community development officers so that people are making an informed decision on this motion.
Seconded. Has been moved by Councillor Howard and seconded by Councillor Dixon for the motion to be laid on the table. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Kim. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 16 in favour and 7 against.
That is carried. And councillors, that now concludes the meeting.